given one of these. Oregon Human Rights Commission on Sex Work. We're so honored to have you here as guests. And I would like to introduce Storm Large.
Thank you, everyone, and I really appreciate you guys all coming out for this event. This has been a really important issue to me personally for a really long time, and I never thought I would live to see actual momentum in legislation. So this is a really tough time for a lot of us, but it's also a hopeful time because we're finding human rights and civil rights, and as we elevate some, the wind fills the sails of the other. So elevating one elevates us all. So I want to give a special thanks to our faith community who are here and who are tuning in. And this is for you guys. Oh, amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Ooh, I once was lost, but now I'm found. I don't have a strap. Was blind, but now I see. It was grace that taught my heart to fear, and fear my grace relief. Oh, how precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I have already come, and it was grace that brought me safely thus far, and oh, its grace will lead me home. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Though I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. I was blind, but now I see. I was blind, but now I see. Thank you guys very much. So for those of you guys tuning in out of curiosity or out of, anger, you might be tuning in and be like, oh, this is awful. If you're hate watching this right now, all I ask is you just listen. Because I thought I knew a lot about this topic. I did not. And the people you're going to listen to tonight are the bravest, brightest, most brilliant. The onus is always on the most vulnerable to educate the authority. So please, all I ask is just stay open and listen. You will learn something probably about yourself. So thank you very much.
Okay, sure. All right, I call the meeting of this commission to order. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. Is there a way that we want to do introductions of the members of the panel?
You can go ahead and start.
You want me to be first?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, very good. So I already said good evening and welcome. Thank you all for being here. For those of you that are participating in person, and for those that are watching this online, thank you for being here and listening. I anticipate that we are going to learn a lot in this hearing. We're going to hear a lot of moving stories, I believe, as well as insight into why a new legal approach to how we treat sex work and those who utilize or partake in the services that sex workers provide is needed. So my name's Rob Nose. I'm the state representative for House District 42, which consists of inner, southeast, and northeast Portland. I've been serving in the state legislature since the year 2014, and I was the main sponsor of House Bill 3088, which, had it passed, would have repealed the crimes of prostitution, criminal sexual solicitation, and promoting prostitution, essentially making it so that people who engage in the work of these acts would no longer be considered to be engaging in criminal activity and potentially subject to interactions with law enforcement and the legal system. Now, I suspect that being a gay man, a trade unionist with almost 30 years of experience of standing workers, and being someone who has seen that our society needs fewer reasons to involve people in the criminal justice system, especially for something like sex, made this bill and this idea a pretty easy sell for me. I believe that the decriminalization of sex work and those who engage in it will lead to better public health and safety outcomes. The decriminalization of sex work would further the journey of our state and country that we are on about how we can have less interaction in the justice system for things that consenting adults do and do not harm anyone. And I believe that decriminalization will help to improve the working conditions of people who do sex work. And I mean that in all seriousness. If you think about it, we all use our bodies in our work in some form or another. Many of us, not in as intimate a way or vulnerable a manner as a sex worker, but for sure many jobs require that we bring our bodies to the work. Lastly, I'm glad that we're having this event tonight, as I think for the bill to pass in a future legislative session, we have to build more awareness of what we are seeking and why, and educate people about why this is a good idea, and be clear that we're not sanctioning human trafficking for sex, and that we believe decriminalization will better help our society address that problem as well. So I look forward to the rest of the panel introducing themselves and the rest of the presenters this evening, and I thank you again for all being here.
Thank you. My name is Alex Andrews. I am the co-founder of the Sex Worker Outreach Project Behind Bars. We provide services and support for people who have been impacted by criminalization and have also traded sex. I have been an activist since 2008. Before that, I was a sex worker. I entered the industry in 1984. I have also been a victim of sexual assault. I have been a victim of domestic violence, and I am a survivor of exploitation. I support the full decriminalization of sex work because I believe that it will make us safer, I believe that it will make us healthier, and I believe that it will make us a better society, and that will create a better world for us to live in.
Who wants to go next? Ellie?
Oh, I believe.
Is there a list?
Slides.
Steiner Hayward.
Oh, me. Hey, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Steiner Hayward. I am a state senator, and I have been for the better part of 10 years now, which astonishes me every time I realize that. I had hoped to be the co-chief sponsor on the Senate side of House Bill 3088 for many of the reasons that Rob outlined, but also because I am a staunch Democrat and in many ways a staunch libertarian. What adults do to earn money or for any purpose whatsoever, if it's safe and consensual, then that's their business and nobody else's. And it's certainly not the law's business. And for us to have sex work be criminalized is really a crime against consenting adults, regardless. And it also puts sex workers in a much more vulnerable position, because if you're afraid you're going to get arrested, then you're unwilling to go step forward when you've been assaulted or taken advantage of or exploited or anything else. That's got to stop. Categorically has to stop. So I'm honored, really honored, to be here tonight to listen to your stories, to learn more than I know now, because I know that that will happen. There's always more to learn. And I consider it an extraordinary privilege to be part of this commission. Thanks so much.
Okay. Who do we have up next? Joanne. Oh, does not seem to be here yet. Okay. Right on. Okay. Well, we'll go to the... Go ahead, Ellen. Oh, you got it.
There you go. Perfect. Hi, everybody. My name is Elle Stanger. I've been published naked on the internet since 2005, and I've been a sex worker in Portland since 2009. So sometimes folks ask me why I look familiar. I'm also a recently certified sexuality educator by the American Association of sexuality education counselors and therapists. And even though I am well qualified to be in this position, I wasn't sure if they would certify me because I am a current sex worker. The discrimination is real, and it's a very real barrier to employment. I'm one of the few people in my educator field who knows what it's like to be a public or out sex worker. I know what it's like to share that I've done legal and illegal work, and I understand how any type of criminalization. My short background story is that when I was a little kid, I saw Silence of the Lambs and wanted to be Jodie Foster and catch the bad guys. And then halfway through my criminology degree at Portland State, the economy collapsed and I started doing sex work. I didn't expect to fall in love with it, but I did. I completed my degree in criminology, but I never looked back because I knew at that point I didn't want to be part of a system and complicit in a system that hurts people and makes their lives harder. People who want to pay for touch are not inherently sick, sad, perverse, or harmful. I know this. In 2014, I interviewed Detective Brendan McGuire of Portland Police Bureau Sex Crimes Division, and he told me the media often mislabels and conflates trafficking and sex work to boost ratings. 2 months ago, I spoke with Assistant Chief Jamie Resch of Portland Police Bureau, and she confirmed that they do currently use their resources to conduct decoy stings, which means they post an ad pretending to be an adult responds, they arrest them, and in some cases label them as complicit in sex trafficking. This can ruin people's lives. People do kill themselves over being ostracized and shamed in their communities. Looking at PPB's published 2018 to 2019, April of these years, crime statistics, I saw 23 human trafficking offenses. Come on in, have a seat. Come on in, Joanne.
Right here next to me, right here.
No, this way first.
Welcome, Joanne Hardesty. I was just reading about police crime statistics, so thank you for lightening the mood. All right, so to backtrack, so from April 2018 to April 2019, Portland Police Bureau listed 23 human trafficking offenses and 156 prostitution offenses. The problem is they mislabel them, so I don't know what the difference is and also how many resources could have been actually gone towards human trafficking instead of arresting people who want to buy or sell touch. So I know from experience that some people hate pornography, sex outside of marriage, sex for money, queer sex, kinky sex, polysex. I know that there are people who are traumatized due to their own negative experiences with sexual explicit media, and I understand that trauma can cloud your bigger picture. But the people who hurt us the most are often the people who want to abolish sex work, not those who want to make it safer. So I urge you, listeners, to not be impacted by people who cloak their hatred of sex work with false concern for us. Please support full decriminalization of sex work in Oregon and beyond. Thank you.
Who do we have next? Okay, we're gonna go back to the commissioner. Okay.
Commissioner Hardesty,
Yeah.
you're up. You ready?
What was I supposed to do?
Somebody didn't make
Why you're
rehearsal.
here.
3
We
minutes.
were and why you're here.
3 minutes.
Well, first, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm honored to be part of this listening session this evening. This is a really important issue. As we reimagine what community safety looks like, we have to make sure that we're using our limited resources in a way that's building community and not destroying community. It's ironic that I came in as you were giving the data and the statistics because this is a question I've asked Chief Lavelle. I've said, can you actually unpack for me what is adult behavior and what is people being actually pushed into prostitution against their will who are underage and who have no say? Can you disaggregate that for me? because I can't find it on my own, and I'm pretty smart. I'm really good at looking for data and unpacking data, and I can't find it. So what that says to me is that we're painting a story very similar to the story of gun violence. We talk about gun violence without talking about domestic violence, right? As if all gun violence is the same. All sex work is not the same. And so I am honored to be here. I am pleased that I'm now surrounded by elected leaders who are trying to be more thoughtful, more intentional about how we spend our limited dollars, and stop believing the rhetoric around who keeps us safe and what safety looks like. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I would tell you who I was, but that sign told you.
Okay. All right. Dr. Angela Jones.
Hi, everyone. Dr. Angela Jones. I'm a professor of sociology and director of women, gender, and sexuality studies at the State University of New York. I study sexual commerce, emphasizing marginalized peoples' labor experiences. I'm the author of 9 books and have published findings from empirical studies in countless leading academic peer-reviewed journals, as well as in the mainstream press. My research has been cited in the New York Times, among other news outlets. I am one of the co-founders of Scientists for Sex Workers' Rights, and have worked on scientific memos and briefs for the New York Legislature decrim bill, and have other policy experience. And I'm just pleased to give the following opening statement to you all. Decades of research unequivocally show that criminalization makes sex workers less safe, contributing to violence, poor health outcomes, banking and housing discrimination, stigma, and driving exploitative third parties underground only makes catching them harder and more expensive. Further, criminalization has had the most adverse effects on the most marginal, those experiencing poverty, people of color, trans people, and people with disabilities. In contrast, decriminalizing sex work has many benefits to workers and public safety and health. Social scientists and researchers from sex worker advocacy groups show that decriminalization will decrease trafficking. In New Zealand, for example, under the Prostitution Reform Act, prostitution was decriminalized in 2003. And empirical studies show that among street-based sex workers, they reported a significant and positive change in their previously negative relationships with law enforcement and reported safer working conditions. Further, decriminalization improves health outcomes and safety, and most critically, earned workers' rights and legal pathways to challenge parties that seek to coerce, control, and exploit them. Critically, the decriminalization of prostitution is supported by leading national and international organizations such as the American Civil Liberties Union, Amnesty International, Global Alliance Against Trafficking Women, Human Rights Watch, Lambda Legal, Open Society, UNAIDS, the World Health Organization, countless sex worker rights organizations, and an international community of scientists who conduct research on sex work. It is crucial to recognize that no public policy or law enforcement activity to date has eliminated the supply or demand for consensual sex for monetary exchange. Sex work remains one of the few options to make money for a large number of individuals. Research indicates that most laws criminalizing sex workers or their clients fail to address the structural conditions that most impact sex workers: economic disparities, xenophobia, racial and gender injustice, and poverty. Policymakers must find ways to make sex work safer, healthier, and transparent, just like legalized gaming and marijuana decriminalization. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Barbara Brentz. Dr. Barbara Brentz.
Hi. I'm Barb Brentz. I'm a professor in the sociology department at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I've been studying the sex industry for the past 30 years. Most of my research has focused on the small rural brothel industry legal brothel industry in Nevada. But I've also been active lately in working with the Nevada legislature to try to improve that system, and I hope someday we can decriminalize sex work entirely in the entire state. Sex industry, I've also studied sex industry consumer and clients, and as part of a large survey, probably the largest survey to date of sex industry clients in the US and also the UK, and we have a book that just came out on that. I'm also involved in some research that's comparing legal systems, decriminalized systems in the US, Canada, the UK, and in New Zealand, where it's currently decriminalized. And so I can't wait for that comparative research to come out. I'm one of a large and growing number of people who are doing research on the sex industry, evidence-based research, peer-reviewed research, and what struck me over the years is that there's a lot of impassioned people in this debate, but relatively rarely have we relied on evidence-based research for this. And so I'm just thrilled that Dr. Jones and I are here on this session today, and we helped start not an organization, but a campaign, Scientists for Sex Worker Rights, and we recently had 250 individuals scholars who do research in this area sign on in support of decriminalizing sex work. So there's a lot of science behind what you're about to hear today. Overall, I will say what we know real quickly, in addition to what Dr. Jones had just said, is that there are a wide variety of individuals that do sex work, people from all social classes, races, genders, and experiences, all the way from the most marginalized to, there was one study of 7,000 college students that found 5% of them were involved in the sex industry. The research is pretty clear that the vast majority of people involved in the sex trade do so by choice or because they must earn a living. Force, coercion, trafficking happens, but it's relatively rare compared to the whole body of people who do work in the sex industry. The evidence is really clear, as you will hear today, that arresting sex workers or their clients does not help. In fact, it increases risk and may push sex workers by choice into trafficking situations. Kids selling sex on the streets tell researchers that it's not the pimps that worry them, it's getting food, housing, and shelter. That's what we need. The evidence is clear that where legislation has removed criminal penalties against sex work, that's the best way to fight HIV/AIDS. The evidence is so clear, as we've said, that 250 of the most respected scientists in the US and around the world recently called for federal and state legislators to decriminalize sex work as part of their efforts to reform the criminal justice system. So I implore you to listen to everyone today, scientists, as well as, and most importantly, individuals that are involved in the trade.
Very good. Okay, Vanessa, you're up next.
That's me. Hello, everybody. So my name is Vanessa Worry, and for the past 12 years, I've served in several capacities as a case manager, as a community health educator, behavioral health specialist, and community-based researcher in communities that reflect the multiple identities that I hold: current and former foster youth, homeless young adults, transition-age young people, runaway LGBTQ teens, and communities of Black transgender women with an emphasis on Black transgender women with multiple involvements in carceral settings. The perspective that I gained from and the informal data that I gathered through my interactions with the community highlighted that individuals who exist at the intersections of Blackness, queerness, transness, and womanhood, just to name a few, are disproportionately likelier to experience racialized and gender-based discrimination and violence that takes the form of limited access to full societal participation, negative interactions with law enforcement, and lack of access to the resources that enable us to meet our most basic needs. When we're talking about criminalization of sex work, we are opening up the most marginalized members of our society to added and increased violence, and the decriminalization of sex work is what will keep us safe. So as you listen to everyone around here, know that communities have always existed as able of articulating their own needs and organizing themselves to meet those needs. And when we say that we want decriminalization, it is in fact to keep us safe. Thank you.
Catherine Dyer.
Hi, everyone. My name is Catherine Dyer. I am a Portland, Oregon sex worker. More specifically, I'm a dominatrix, and I absolutely love my job. I can't think of any other job that I would rather do. And when I retire, I plan on teaching other people to do exactly what I do because it makes a lot of people happy. In the leather community, we prioritize each other's physical and emotional health and safety, and we take pride in it. In Oregon, we have a rich culture of sex positivity, including our state standards on sex education, organizations like Sex Positive Portland, and community events like the Naked Bike Ride. As you listen to the testimonies tonight, I ask that you do so with these perspectives in mind, to think about the health and safety of our sex work community, and to consider sex to be an inherently positive, healthy, natural part of the human experience. I ask you to listen with an open mind, a humanizing heart, and in the spirit of sorry, this is very emotional for me. And in the spirit of embracing diversity. The reason that I am here is because I have faith that you will. Thank you very much.
Right on.
Yeah.
Melissa, and I might not say your last name correctly.
Bruto.
Rudo.
Hi, my name is Melissa Bruto. I'm a longtime activist and attorney for sex workers and survivors of human trafficking. I'm the legal director of a national organization called Decriminalize Sex Work and the co-director of New York City-based Sharmas Outlaw Advocacy and Rights Institute. I have a joint JD and MPH, Masters in Public Health, from Georgetown Law and Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. And I always knew I was going to be a lawyer, and I specifically went to law school to decriminalize prostitution. And I showed up in 2003 at Georgetown saying that to everybody. And they thought I was out of my mind, but here we are. And I also got my master's in public health because of the reasons that Dr. Jones and Dr. Brents and everyone else, the data is so overwhelming in support of full decrim. And I have spent most of my legal career, I've been a lawyer now 15 years, so I spent most of my legal career directly representing sex workers, but primarily survivors of human trafficking. And I filed and won the first ever vacatur case in the country. New York was the first state in 2010 to have vacatur, or record relief, for survivors of human trafficking. And I filed and won the first case, and I've since then have assisted other attorneys and policymakers around the country in writing their vacatur laws and also how to implement them as a lawyer, right? How to argue and win those cases. And so even though I went into this work firmly from a decrim perspective, a lot of my experience has been around anti-trafficking. And so I think I occupy an interesting I have somewhat of a panoramic view of the industry as an outsider, as an attorney, somebody that has represented and advocated for people in such a wide spectrum of the sex industry. And now, I had this instinctive feeling, 20 plus years ago as an undergrad that we had to, as a staunch feminist, we had to decriminalize prostitution. And it's so exciting to see us at the precipice of significant nationwide legal change, right? It's of course state by state, right? State laws regulate prostitution. In every single state, it's fully criminalized, except for in Nevada, where, right, some rural counties can vote or choose to have brothels, but otherwise, we live in a criminalized regime, right? And so, I just want to very quickly, without taking up too much more time, give a little bit of an overview of where we sit nationally on a policy level right now, because it has been incredibly significant in the last 2 to 3 years, the legislative change that we've seen across the country. And I really believe, and I'm a New Yorker, so it's certainly not like I can speak, so much locally, but everything I know, Oregon has always led the way. We like to think that it's New York City or else, but like, we have Albany and nothing moves. So we're not going to go first, that's for sure. Maybe last. So, I just wanted to give a little bit of an overview of, of what is happening in some other states to situate, Oregon. And again, I really do think that Oregon and maybe some other states on the West Coast, and then some states in New England are really going to be the leaders here. And then maybe we can get to New York. So in terms of New York, where I live and I'm an attorney and I'm from, we did have some significant victories this past legislative session. We were able to finally repeal an extremely archaic loitering for the purpose of engaging in prostitution offense law. The Seattle City Council repealed that last year, if people recall, and we were finally able to do it in New York on a statewide level. We also were able to expand our vacatur law, or record relief for survivors of human trafficking, because we had fallen so behind in the last 10 years. We're still waiting on Cuomo to sign that. So hopefully that will occur. He needs all the help looking like he supports women that he can get right now. So hopefully he will sign that before the new year. There are also dueling Nordic model, or end demand, or entrapment model, in New York, that I believe that battle will be continuing for many, many, many years. In Rhode Island, just 2 weeks ago, we were able to get past a study commission. It doesn't, it took years to, as Alex and I were talking the other night, to pass something that is simply a study commission, but it is exciting in the sense that, it's a legislative body made up of key stakeholders around the state that will look at evidence and data, right, and make determinations and suggestions. There was also a full decrim bill that was introduced there as well as an immunity bill and an expansion of Patients' Bill of Rights to include non-discrimination of people based on their profession. In New Hampshire, we were able to get past that non-discrimination bill for patients in healthcare settings, and an immunity bill passed as well, which allows people to come forward and report crimes that were committed against them. And if they disclose that they were engaging in prostitution, they will be immune from prosecution for that. And New York also has a pending immunity bill. Vermont had an immunity bill passed this legislative session as well. And just this week, the Burlington City Council in Vermont passed a resolution supporting full decrim. Yes. I think Vermont and Oregon are going to be the...
Come on, Oregon.
So there's a lot happening in a lot of states, so I just wanted to situate it, in a national perspective,
Thank
that
you very
things
much.
are moving along. So thank you.
Right on. Okay. Okay, Amy Merrill.
Hi. My name is Amy Marie Merrill. I'm the executive director of the Cupcake Girls. We provide confidential support to adult entertainers as well as sex trafficking survivors. I am pretty nervous to public speak. This is my first time not speaking to a Zoom screen in a year and a half, and I've never been nervous to public speak before. I don't know what's going on.
Just look at us in little boxes.
Yeah. I've worked in, my history and perspective comes from being a service worker, working with sex trafficking survivors, domestic violence survivors, as well as people in the adult entertainment industry now for the last 16 years. And the reason that I started this work was because of my first friend. I was homeschooled in Eugene, Oregon, and my first friend was a sex worker. And she let me know, trigger warning, rape and assault. She let me know that she was being abused by 2 police officers in Eugene, Oregon. And I was a really young teen, and she was my first friend, and I wasn't sure what to do with this information, and so I said, okay, let's go to the police department. And so we went to the police department, and we filed a complaint, and nothing happened. And then we went back, and we filed another complaint the next time that something happened, and nothing happened. And slowly but surely, she I don't even know how, got so much courage and empowerment inside of herself and started reaching out into the community and found 40 other women that were being assaulted by these two police officers.
Wow.
So Roger Majana and Juan Francisco Lara were prosecuted, which was a win, I guess. I have a lot of complex thoughts about the prison industrial complex myself, and if that was even okay, yeah, if it was enough. This specific situation opened my eyes to the hundreds of stories that were so similar to my friends, and opened my eyes to a community that I knew absolutely nothing about, and I haven't been able to stop looking at this community with honor. To be able to share the same world that they do. The tenacity and courage that comes out of this community is so phenomenal. After this situation, I moved to Portland, Oregon in 2009 to take a job at Wieden & Kennedy, where I worked for 9 years. And I was on a run with my dog by the Portland Art Museum on 11th and Jefferson and saw another woman being assaulted. And I ran backwards to Safeway because I didn't have cell phones. 2009, you didn't really carry those all the time yet, which is so wild. But a security guard at Safeway, he laughed at me when I said that she needed help. And he said, she's a prostitute. They're just going to arrest her anyway. And so I waited for the police department to get there. When they did arrive, I asked them, is this true? And I didn't know anything about the police department at that time. And they said, this is true. And I said, well, I want to talk to your manager. And so I ended up talking to many, many managers until I was sitting across the way from Chief Rosie at the time, who told me that if I wanted to make any sort of change, that I needed to partner with grassroots nonprofits, change legislation. And so I said some expletives left, and then I decided to dedicate my life to doing both. In my work, I've spent a lot of time reuniting parents with their children because their job is deemed unsafe. And then their children are placed into foster care, even though it's been proven for decades now that children are far better off to stay with their parents over foster care, except for extreme circumstances. My is spent expunging records so that our clients are able to stay out of and away from the prison industrial complex and get jobs and housing after arrests. I'm ashamed that my tax money has gone to criminalization, and I'm frustrated that I'm also paying to undo the harm that our government is doing to these tenacious, courageous people. So I'm here to ask us all to really listen and lean in and hear these people. They are so courageous for being here, and I just want to honor all the sex workers tonight. They're in this room. All the things that you might hear that might be hard to hear. Cupcake Girls make themselves available, and we have a counselor standing by if anybody needs to debrief after tonight.
Reverend Carolyn Richter.
Richter. Hi, I am the Reverend Carolyn Richter. I'm an Episcopal priest here in Portland, and I am honored and humbled to be invited to be sitting here tonight. Christianity has a really rough history of being part of the problem, of shame, sex negativity, and on behalf of the church, I would like to apologize.
Whoa.
I want to work. I want to work towards healing and liberation, which is what I believe Jesus came here to do. I believe in a God who showed up in a human body and never once shied away from touch, women, or sex workers.
That's true.
The criminalization of sex work is much more about power, control, and shame than any Christian value of love, justice, or mercy.
Amen.
Jesus, whose own encounter with law enforcement didn't end so well, hung out all the time with sex workers. And a friend of mine who is a sex worker said, I think the real reason that Jesus hung out with prostitutes is because we are so nice to people. No one is made safer by living under the threat of arrest or harassment. And if we genuinely want to care for our communities, it seems easy and obvious to begin by listening to the voices of the people who are impacted by our policies, and not just listen, but respect them, believe them, and love them. And I think that is what we are here to do tonight.
Okay. I believe that's our entire panel, so go ahead, Al.
Thank you all for coming tonight. We have gathered statements and witnesses from across the country for tonight. They're across the world. Their stories are complicated. Their feelings are complicated. We have a great deal of empathy for them. These stories are hard to hear sometimes. They're hard to accept. They're hard to understand. And what I'm asking tonight, and what is the final statement on this, is that you listen with compassion, with empathy, and to treat our witnesses with dignity and respect, just the same as you would expect to receive in return. Right? So we're going to go ahead and get started tonight. Decriminalization is a wonderful thing, and we're going to tell you all about it tonight.
The decriminalization of sex work is the removal of civil and criminal penalties for trading sex for money between one buyer and one seller. Human Rights Watch supports the full decriminalization of consensual adult sex work. Decriminalizing sex work maximizes sex workers' legal protection and their ability to get justice and health care. Legal recognition of sex workers and their occupation maximizes their protection, dignity, and equality. Criminalization exposes sex workers to abuse and exploitation by law enforcement officials such as police officers. Criminalization consistently undermines sex workers' ability to seek justice for crimes against them. Criminalization of sex work also has a negative effect on sex workers' rights to health and access to care. Criminalization exposes sex workers to abuse and exploitation by law enforcement officials. We went over that, but it's worth saying twice. Criminalization consistently undermines, let's see. Look at that, we did them twice. In June 2003, New Zealand became the first country to decriminalize sex work with the passage of the Prostitution Reform Act. Dame Catherine Healy, who may be with us later tonight, of the New Zealand Prostitutes Collective, says it is not against the law to work as a sex worker or to operate a brothel in New Zealand, nor is it against the law to pay for sexual services. However, it is against the law for any third party to facilitate anyone under the age of 18 into sex work. It is also illegal to do sex work if you are visiting New Zealand on a temporary visa. These issues are discussed below. So New Zealand is the only country in the world with a law which aims to uphold the human rights of sex workers and to decriminalize prostitution. The role of the police in New Zealand is to work with the community to make it safe, and sex workers are part of the community. In other words, under the New Zealand model, sex workers have the same recourse to justice as anyone else.
When we see people get wiggly, just... Or after I tell one. Catherine Healy is not on Zoom yet.
Hello.
No.
My name is Corinne Hawk.
No, we have Corinne. We can't hear.
Thank you for letting me speak from home.
Does she know?
I just want to say thank you to the. Okay.
I think she got it.
I love her. I don't want her to
We want to hear.
Yeah.
I think she got, we can't hear.
Yeah. I know tech is so hard.
Technology has been an interesting path.
You would think after 16 months we'd have it down packed, right?
It's so true. I know.
I'll send a text. Signal's terrible.
I think she just got it.
Ah.
Can you hear me?
No.
Okay, I sent a text.
Okay.
Did she call in?
Yeah, maybe call in and hold them. This signal's terrible.
Good. Okay.
In this building.
Okay.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. My name is Corinne Hawk.
I heard that.
I just want to start by saying thank you to the commission, the committee, and everyone that's in attendance for hearing our testimony. I'm a 28-year-old queer writer, mental health counselor, disabled activist, and former sex worker. I live in Asheville, North Carolina. My formative years were spent living in Las Vegas, Nevada, where friends' mothers were strippers, escorts, cam girls. Several of my classmates from high school and college each entered the trade. My time in the industry, just like theirs, enabled me to further my education, take care of my family, my medical needs, and my community. I am someone who left the industry with every intention of returning. My time as a sex worker was empowering, healing, and it's work that I deeply enjoy. People such as myself, who live with a disability, experience job discrimination, poverty, and a lack of access to healthcare at uniquely high rates. We can be paid less due to labor laws that permit companies to pay disabled employees below the minimum wage, due to disability laws that require individuals who do not have more than $2,000 in assets, no more than $795 in monthly income, and restriction on disabled people's ability to marry or live with partners or family without losing life-saving medical care. Many of us turn to sex work to survive. It is difficult to find work that does not compromise our health. Many of us can't work long hours without being in pain, and the high wages and flexible hours of sex work give people with disabilities the capability to care for ourselves, our families, and our community without compromising our health. 90% of disabled people will experience or have experienced some form of sexual assault, rape, or abuse. We are a conveniently vulnerable population. When a disabled sex worker is assaulted or raped, they can't go to the authorities. We can't call the police. If a disabled individual is convicted of solicitation, prostitution, or trafficking, they can and will lose their assistance. When disabled sex workers are tried and convicted in our penal systems, they are subjected to the barbaric conditions of our prisons. Denied our basic right to proper health care, we are funneled into the largest human trafficking ring in the US, the for-profit prison system. Progress in our society is long overdue. The time is now to abolish the laws and institutions that deny our human rights. It is time to fully decriminalize sex work. Thank you for letting me speak.
Next, we will be hearing from Nicole Gilliland, who will be with us in just one moment.
Hi, everybody. This is Elle. Just to let you know, there will be 2 intermissions. Why is the mic like this?
Yeah.
We'll have 2 intermissions, so if you're getting antsy, don't fret. We won't ask you to sit here for 2 more hours.
You guys are much nicer than the legislature. She says we're
So
nicer
far,
than the
so
legislature.
far we are.
It's not committing.
But take care of yourself.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Nicole Gilliland. I'm a former sex worker and Oregon resident. I retired from the adult film industry at the age of 20 and all other forms of sex work shortly afterwards to pursue my passion for helping others in ways where I wouldn't be stigmatized. I went to school and became an EMT and eventually a paramedic. During those years, I hid my past at great personal expense, the expense of fear and shame. I helped save many lives and put my own life in extreme danger to assist others both on and off the clock. It was not until I was in nursing school at Southwestern Oregon Community College that my past caught up with me. I was exceeding and even had made the dean's list until my teacher, advisor, and mentor was made aware of my secret and felt that justified her in destroying my academic career and future in medicine. I was subjected to bullying, harassment, and ostracized from my classmates. As this teacher changed grades, tried to have me expelled, and did everything she could to hurt me, all with a proud smile on her face. The worst part is that nobody stopped her. The nursing program director actively joined her crusade, and the college ultimately supported and allowed them to succeed in their goal. When it became clear to me that nobody was going to help me and that everything was suddenly gone, I broke. It was now clear to me that no matter how many years had passed or how many lives I had saved, that I would always be marked by a scarlet letter and never be able to give my children a good life. I made the decision to commit suicide. I was unconscious for close to 13 hours, and what I experienced in the back seat of my car on that remote abandoned property changed me as a person. I've only shared the details of my near-death experience with a few individuals, but to summarize, I was sent back for a reason and with a purpose. The ultimate reason is that my beautiful daughters need me, and they need me to create a better world for them. They need me to rip that scarlet letter off of my chest and throw it in the faces of those who insisted I wear it at all. Allowing myself to become so broken by hatred and bigotry to the point that I thought my daughters were better off without me is the only thing that I have to apologize for, and that apology goes to them alone. However, if I thought things were bad before my suicide attempt, they were so much worse after. The college refused attempts at peaceful, quiet, and even free resolutions, and I had no choice but to pursue legal action. And just as the school had circled the wagons around their nursing program, the town of Coos Bay circled the wagons around their college, and eventually the state of Oregon itself circled the wagons around their town. The intense acts against my family and efforts to gaslight me, discredit me, and silence me away from my lawsuit were things of nightmares. My children and I will bear the scars of those traumas for the rest of our lives. But Oregon's issues with cronyism, politics, and rampant corruption are conversations for another time, because I'm not here to discuss who hurt us. I'm here to discuss who helped us. It was sex workers that helped me get the media attention to the case and started a GoFundMe that allowed us to escape Coos County and Oregon altogether. It was sex workers that provided the internet so I could resume college online while we were living in a homeless shelter. Sex workers are a big reason I just graduated summa cum laude and as a National Honor Student with my bachelor's degree in political science. It was sex workers that wrote me outstanding letters of recommendation for law school. And thanks to them, I just recently accepted just one of the nearly full scholarship offers I received to attend law school next month. It was sex workers that had more integrity, courage, and grace in their pinky fingers than anyone else in this equation had in their entire bodies. So today I say to sex workers from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I pledge to you my voice, my future legal career, and the life that you helped us rebuild. Together, we can eliminate the shadows of stigma we've been forced to hide in, shadows filled with ignorance, misinformation, hypocrisy, and double standards. Together, we can bring education and just basic humanity back into conversations about sex work and why decriminalization is not just the best path forward, but the only path forward. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sandy Chung.
Members of the Human Rights Commission and everyone here today, my name is Sandy Chung. My pronouns are she, her. I'm the Executive Director of the American Civil Liberties Union of Oregon. We are a nonpartisan nonprofit organization dedicated to civil liberties and civil rights with more than 28,000 members in the state of Oregon. First, I want to express to you my deep gratitude to everyone here today. I am in such awe of your ferocious commitment to creating a world of true equity, inclusion, and care. And before the ACLU, I did work supporting sexual assault survivors. So many of your stories resonate so deeply with me. For more than 40 years, the ACLU has advocated for the decriminalization of sex work. This is because decriminalization supports the rights, safety, and wellness of sex workers, who are our family members, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. In October 2020, the ACLU released a report titled "The Sex Work Decriminalization: The Answer: What the Research Tells Us." This report was based on a comprehensive review of more than 80 studies in this area. I've submitted my testimony in writing as well, and it contains a link to this full report. I want to share with you findings and recommendations from this report, but in addition to data like this, I encourage you to listen to the lived experiences of the sex workers who are here before you, who are so courageously speaking to you from their lived experience. The ACLU's 2020 report contains the following findings. First, criminalization negatively affects the safety and wellness of sex workers. This includes higher risks of misconduct and physical violence towards sex workers by clients and police officers, negative impacts on their ability to report crimes and advocate for their rights in other ways, and negative impacts on their physical, mental, emotional, and sexual health. Second, the report confirmed what many of us know from our lived experiences. Criminalization and its negative consequences disproportionately impact sex worker communities who are the most vulnerable and marginalized in our society, including LGBTQ+ people, people of color, immigrants and refugees, undocumented people, and those living at the intersections of these identities. Based on the research, the 2020 report also has recommendations about how we can support our sex worker community. This includes, but are not limited to, decriminalizing all consensual sex work, including prostitution, among adults, supporting sex workers and listening to the recommendations of the courageous, ferocious leaders who are doing this work. Third, removing barriers to reporting and the reporting of crime and violent crime by sex workers. Fourth, eliminating unwanted police presence within the sex worker community and implementing measures to prevent and address police misconduct and violence to our sex workers. Fifth, reducing police funding and investing these resources in our communities, including our sex worker communities. Sixth, removing adverse immigration consequences, including deportation for immigrants doing sex work. Seven, ensuring accountability for those who physically and sexually abuse sex workers and ensuring support for sex workers who are survivors. Eighth, removing barriers to healthcare for sex workers. And as a final recommendation I want to share with you, but not the only one in the report, eliminating barriers faced by sex workers to accessing safe and affordable housing, public benefits, and employment opportunities, including restrictions based on past criminal records and other discriminatory policies and practices, including those that exclude transgender people. The true measure of our society is in how it treats our most vulnerable members. The ACLU Oregon respectfully urges you to help create an Oregon of greater justice, equity, and care for the sex worker community. Thank you very much.
All right. So now we're going to talk a little bit about the violence that those in the sex industry who are criminalized face. Some of this is pretty sensitive material. I just want to put a content note out there for you all. Donna Dalton Castleberry knew something was fishy with the officer attempting to arrest her for prostitution. The 23-year-old didn't believe the man attempting to force her into his vehicle was in fact operating under the authority of any precinct. And through her intuition-driven attempts at escaping her assailant, that would later be trotted out as evidence that her murder was justified, much later it would be revealed that she was 100% correct. Former Columbus, Ohio Vice Squad officer under investigation the night he shot Donna. The 55-year-old was a 30-year veteran of the force, and as of August 2018, the night he murdered her, he'd been linked to at least 3 other instances wherein he'd kidnapped women under the guise of prostitution stings, then demanded sex in exchange for their freedom. It would also be uncovered that Mitchell owned several rental properties and knowingly rented to women from whom he could extort sexual favors as payment for rent. When he began forcing himself on her, Donna stabbed Officer Mitchell in the hand. In retaliation, he fired 6 shots, 3 of which landed, and killed her. In March of 2019, Donna's murderer was indicted on federal charges for denying constitutional rights to the women who'd alleged he'd kidnapped and raped them. And finally, that April, Mitchell was indicted on counts of murder, voluntary manslaughter for Donna's death. Around that same time, the city of Columbus disbanded the vice unit to which he belonged, a decision Interim Chief Tom Quinlan says is in service of finding a community-centered approach to policing. Donna's death came at the hands of a violent, exploitative man given a badge, a gun, and a blank check to rain terror on people less enfranchised than himself. Her family's courage and righteous rage has made the community better by forcing the issue of police accountability. Ricky Jolene Morgan was an energetic and curious young woman who struck out on her own at age 18 with dreams of becoming a dancer. When those dreams failed to manifest, Ricky turned to sex work to keep a roof over her head. She had a lot on her plate. She struggled with substance use disorder. She had young children. She was fighting to survive and thrive. But her life was far from bleak. Ricky, known as Layla to her chosen family, was a vibrant and engaged member of her community. She was a hobby theologian and a churchgoer. She spent a lot of time looking out for people. Those who knew her described her as having a hungry spirit and as being the kind of person who would go out of her way to help community members live and work safely in the streets of Kensington, a neighborhood in Philadelphia. On July 15th, 2016, Ricky met a man she believed to be a client. She'd been working out of an abandoned house in Kensington. When she took him there, he bludgeoned her with a brick and stabbed her before fleeing the scene. Ricky ran from the building and into the street where she screamed for help until she collapsed. She was declared dead at the scene. Ricky's murder devastated her friends and family. The search for her killer has been incredibly draining. There's a suspect in custody, a man linked to multiple similar attacks on women in the same area, but the case has dragged on now for over 4 years without resolution. Ricky was a fighter, a hard worker who kept her head held high and never lost the curiosity or loving nature from her mother's description of her childhood demeanor as angel baby. She maintained 2 lives, and the one she lived on the streets of Philadelphia largely kept her away from her loved ones. The tragedy is that Ricky never got the chance to reintegrate and reconcile those elements of herself, something she clearly aimed to do. Ricky Jolene Morgan, who is only 35 years old at the time of her murder, deserved to see the fruits of her labor. She deserved to toil and stumble, push through and prosper. She deserved to participate in her community and to love her children. Ricky deserved to live. Olympia came to SWAT Behind Bars as a referral from a law enforcement vice officer who had arrested her on several occasions. We assisted her with contacting the victim's advocate to press charges on a violent pimp who was a person of interest in the homicide of an Orlando police officer. Olympia ended up in Fort Lauderdale with her pimp, who went by the name Successful, and a small posse of girls. Olympia was never a drug user, so Successful would threaten her children and her family in order to control her with fear. Finally, fed up with the abuse, Olympia contacted us saying that she and the girls were seeking safe haven. After several days of hiding out while we and law enforcement collaborated, the women slipped into a convenience store and hid, awaiting rescue by a police officer who took them to a local shelter to await the next bus to Orlando. They made their way to Orlando and stayed in a hotel until the safe house was ready to accept them. They were at this hastily created shelter for 12 days. We worked to assist her in imagining a more fulfilled life, but the road to recovery is long. Life on the streets is measured in milliseconds, and being in what most people consider a safe place can feel like being set on fire. Impatient with the process of putting her life back together and eternally afraid of being penniless, Olympia left our care and returned to working the streets. On September 26, 2017, Olympia was murdered in a hotel room in Daytona Beach. She could have been saved if sex work were decriminalized. She could have reported violence against her. She could have had access to resources that would have provided her a home and education and counseling to help her deal with all of the violence she experienced in her short life. She could have been with her children. She could have gone on to become a nurse, which is what she dreamed of. Olympia was a caretaker. It was the stigma of sex work that forced her to live with the conflicting labels of victim and criminal and kept her at arm's length from society. With that, we're going to take a short break. And we'll see you back here in how many minutes? 15?
15.
See you back here in 15 to begin our live testimonies.
Get some snacks. Like I need more coffee.
crunchy, crunchy, delicious egg rolls. I didn't make them. You're welcome for that. Thank you, McMinimans, for hosting this really important event and providing us with roughage and fuel and a space to share all this stuff with. Are we waiting for anybody? Okay. I'm really glad I didn't have to get up and fucking sing right after the testimonies. So I'm really, really happy that you guys are all staying here and taking all of this in. I'm gonna play a song from, I don't remember, Elle sent me a suggestion of a song, Pete Seeger song from civil rights era. And, you know, the legislative, we're gonna, this is going to pass. Oregon is gonna fuck Vermont. You know, we're gonna get this. We are gonna get this.
There we go.
I mean, I love me some Vermont, but we're on it. I know we got a really good team, and this is obviously as what you are gleaning from all of this information, testimony, science, data, is that this is a human rights issue, and when you call someone a criminal, you take away their humanity and you give the rest of society and authority permission to abuse them. So sometimes I know I'm good at talking, and I can make you believe all kinds of shit. But even on my best day, I cannot convince Americans based on this Puritan, fucking pilgrim, frontways missionary, like sex only for having babies shit, you know, shame and fear around sex that feeds misogyny, that feeds homophobia, that even is part of racism in some science. So I can't convince people to not be afraid. I mean, people are afraid to teach their kids sex education because of this shame and and shame is the cancer of our society. And so sometimes the law has to lead society because, like with cannabis, with gay marriage, with gay rights, with women's rights, with Brown versus Board of Education, we had to send the military to walk children to school because it was the law and people weren't ready. And we still, God knows, have so far to go in civil and human rights in this country. And we're not going to be able to defeat the shame, but we can at least push for the laws that make sense to protect everyone. So here's a little Pete Seeger for that shit. Oh. And I'm not going to fucking cry. Shut up! Oh.
I might need that.
How was the thing? It was great, but then Storm started crying. It was weird. Paul and Cyrus land in jail with no money for their bail. Keep your eyes on the prize and hold on. Paul and Cyrus thought they was lost. Dungeon shook and the chains came off. Keep your eyes on the prize and hold on. Hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize and hold on. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize and hold on. Only thing that we got wrong, and we stayed in the wild too long. Keep your eyes on the prize and hold on. Only thing that we got right was the day that we started this fight. So keep your eyes on the prize and hold on. Oh, oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize and hold on. Oh, hold on. Your eyes on the prize and hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize and hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize.
I can, not as well as you. So before we begin again with the testimony and the witnesses that we're going to hear from, I believe we're going to hear from folks live for a little while. I just want to take the co-chair's prerogative and give a little shout out to staff from Commissioner Carmen Rubio's office who are here, staff who are here from District Attorney Mike Schmidt. Thank you both for being here. And two fellow electeds who are in the audience here to become educated and learn and witness. I'd ask them to stand up since they are elected officials. Representative Maxine Dexter and Commissioner Sharon Myron. So thank you both for being here. And with that, let's go ahead.
Can I just say something?
Sure.
So I didn't mention it, but it's on my bio. I'm a family physician. I'm here because this is a healthcare issue. This is a public health issue, as Melissa said. Both of my colleagues, Representative Dexter is one of my representatives. She's a physician. Commissioner Myron is a physician. Yes, yes. We are here because we understand that people who are marginalized are discriminated against in healthcare. Yes. And until we decriminalize sex workers are going to be marginalized and discriminated against in healthcare. And that's one of the reasons you see physicians caring deeply, elected physicians caring deeply about this issue. Thank you, Rob.
All right.
We're going to be leading off with some live testimony tonight. Please be aware that there are members of our community who will be testifying that do not wish to be photographed. For whatever reason, it doesn't matter why, they've chosen not to show their face, and we would appreciate it if you make sure that you follow those
Honor that respect.
respect that, honor that. Don't take their picture. You know, all right?
Good job.
We're going to be hearing from Vanessa Worry, and she's going to be discussing violence and youth.
So I'll just start by sharing that.
A little closer to the mic.
Closer. All right. Closer.
A little louder.
All right. So, thank you. Somehow with criminalization, we've leaned into this idea that it's the answer, rather than addressing the systemic, institutional, racialized, and gendered barriers that often necessitate engaging in sex work for survival, or without critically examining what it actually takes to keep people safe, or what it actually takes to provide them with the resources they need in order to sustain. A study conducted by the National Center for Transgender Equality found that at least 70% of respondents reported being discriminated against while seeking employment on the basis of their identity, and nearly 40% have experienced being denied access to shelters or kicked out of shelters based on their identity. Respondents who are Black were the highest reported in terms of engaging in sex work, and the same study also found that transgender Americans are 2 times more likely than their counterparts to live in extreme poverty, earning less than $10,000 a year. I personally am unaware of any place in America where I can meet all this a year. Please let me know if you know a place. There seems to be a bit of this logical fallacy, I want to say, when we think criminalizing sex work keeps people safe and discourages sex trafficking and the exploitation of minors. It doesn't, and it hasn't. But here we are. At the end of the violent, that my communities who already have demonstrated legacies of experiencing police violence, state violence, societal violence at disproportionately higher rates than any other demographic in our society are greenlit to be harassed even further. Criminalizing sex work has led to what has been known as the walking while trans ban in several states, which is written as a and quietly signals that trans people can be stopped by law enforcement at their discretion under the suspicion that the individual intended to engage in trading sex. So imagine me minding my business, walking down the street, and because I look like this, I can be stopped, accused, and arrested on the suspicion that I am trading sex. It means that whether or not I was engaging in sex work, if I'm sexually assaulted as a Black transgender woman, I'm given even more terms of reporting it. Because I may be in more trouble and bring more trouble on myself simply for who I am. And how counter-intentional that is when the idea behind criminalizing sex work is thought to make people safer. We need to critically examine what it actually takes to make people safe. And our communities, as I said before, have been saying the exact same thing over and over. We have been articulating clearly what we actually need. And it's interesting that it tends to be people who are not a part of this community who have the most to say about what it actually takes to keep us safe, when we have actually been doing a great job at letting folks know what we need. So wherever you are, take this back to your circles and actually have the conversations about what it takes to provide more access to the things that we actually need. Opportunities and access to higher education, to gainful employment, to supportive services. Do more things, we can start to envision a better life. Thank you, that's all I have to say.
All right. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Dr. Eveline Dacker. She's a family physician from Salem, Oregon, the former executive director of Sex Positive Portland and Sex Plus Consent Education.
Okay, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you. All of a sudden, I got really nervous. Thank you, and I'm one of your family physicians here who are, because I've seen what happens when we that I'm going to judge them. But it's not
You're good.
I feel so strongly that sexuality this work. So how could we continue to do this and criminalize this such important modality? I have friends that are sex workers. I have lovers that are sex workers. And sex work is so big, and I have patients and my daughters and my children of children. There's really no other answer. So let's do this thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Okay, who do we have next?
Next, we'll be hearing from Savannah Sly via a pre-recorded video.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Savannah Sly, and I'm a sex worker based in the Pacific Northwest. I'm calling in today to testify in favor of the full decriminalization of sex work. I completely oppose our current model of criminalization, and I also oppose something called the Nordic model, which is also referred to as the equality model in some circumstances. Equality model completely fails to differentiate between sex work and sex trafficking. And this can be a very dangerous conflation of terms because it, for instance, prevents law enforcement from correctly identifying actual cases of sex trafficking. Through public shaming campaigns and harsh legal penalties, the equality model seeks to discourage clients from connecting with sex workers. Since people sell sexual services in order to make money, decreasing the client pool can have disastrous effects on the stability and well-being of people in the sex trade. When there are fewer clients in the sex trade economy, competition increases. When competition increases, prices for services go down. This means that sex workers either have to see or they need to offer a broader range of services. This means that sex workers have less say over the where business is conducted by. The equality model literally creates a buyer's market, meaning that sex workers and victims of exploitation alike have less leverage to advocate for important safety measures such as condom use. The equality model does nothing to address root causes of violence in the sex trade, and it in fact increases the odds that someone will be exploited in it. In many ways, the equality model reminds me of the war on drugs. Trying to end exploitation in the sex trade by arresting all the clients is a lot like trying to end the opioid epidemic by arresting tens of thousands of pot smokers. We need to learn lessons from the failed war on drugs. Prohibition doesn't work. Prohibition has harmful repercussions. We need a new approach. Globally and across the US, sex workers are demanding decriminalization. Decriminalization will better enable law enforcement to correctly identify situations of sex trafficking. And under decriminalization, violent crimes such as rape, assault, kidnapping, and sex trafficking will all remain crimes. Under decriminalization, sex workers and victims of exploitation alike will have better abilities to access 911 services because we won't be afraid of being arrested. It's time for a change. It's time to decriminalize sex work. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, who do we have next?
All right, next we have a statement that I'm going to read from Ricky Joy Levy, who could not be with us tonight, but sends her sincerest regards. I'm so very honored in person. My thanks to Alex Andrews for sharing my remarks with you. My name is Ricky Levy, and I'm the president and CEO of the Woodhull Freedom Foundation, founded in 2003. We're a human rights organization whose work is focused at the intersection of sexual and human rights. We are the lead plaintiff in Woodhull Freedom Foundation versus the United States of America, the lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of Sesta Fosta. 10 years ago, we were part of a historic collaborative effort to hold the United States to account for human rights abuses against sex workers. That historic effort led to what's referred to as Recommendation 86, where the United States recognized that violence against sex workers is a human rights violation. Fast forward to today, 10 years later, having this exciting conversation about decriminalizing sex work in the great state of Oregon. As with all human rights work, the work to decriminalize prostitution is integrally connected to the work for social and economic justice because without those things, there is no sexual freedom And conversely, without sexual freedom, social or economic justice will not be complete. Our fundamental human right to sexual freedom means that we have a right to bodily autonomy, which means we can decide how we use our bodies, in labor or otherwise. Prostitution involves people choosing to have sex and use their body to make a living. For sexual freedom to be fully recognized as a human right, we have to address the issues of forced labor and trafficking. The criminalization of prostitution is not the answer. The criminalization of prostitution is about controlling our bodies, controlling our access to and participation in labor, in pleasure, in sexual expression. It's about sex. That's the bottom line. Trafficking occurs in all forms of labor, yet we don't criminalize the growing or eating of tomatoes in order to combat trafficking in agriculture any more than we criminalize the cleaning of hotels or homes to combat domestic trafficking. In fact, criminalization makes it more difficult to protect victims by imposing a double burden on them, the burden of prosecution on top of the burden of victimization. Restricting, punishing, criminalizing prostitution is, at heart, another way to restrict sex and pleasure, limiting our fundamental human right to personal autonomy. Criminalization is another example where the war against sex and pleasure have led to laws and policies based on false rhetoric. Decriminalization is the long overdue answer. The Woodhull Freedom Foundation fully supports the right of the individual to consensually exchange sex with another person. I am awed at the courage, the bravery of every one of you who will be sharing your story here with us today. Sex worker rights are human rights, period. So, as she touched on, SESTA and FOSTA, I'm going to give you a little bit of background about that. On the 11th of April in 2018, then President Trump signed into law 2 bills which have negatively impacted sex workers. The Stop Enabling Sex Traffickers Act, SESTA, and Allow States and Victims to Fight Online Sex Trafficking Act, FOSTA. They're anti-trafficking laws. They criminalize online platforms used by sex workers for advertising and information sharing, including for safety purposes. So this legislation impacts the ability of sex workers to use the internet to advertise and provide services, share information, and protect themselves. The End Banking for Human Traffickers Act, passed by the U.S. House of Representatives on the 24th of April that same year, amends the 2,000 Victims of Trafficking and Surveillance by Financial Institutions to, quote, detect financial transactions relating to severe forms of trafficking in persons. Due to the conflation of sex work and trafficking, this legislation will impact the ability of sex workers to access financial institutions. Not having access to banking increases the vulnerability of sex workers and decreases their ability to safely navigate the world. FOSTA SESTA makes it a federal crime in the USA to operate an internet service that, quote, promotes or facilitates prostitution across state or national borders. It also makes internet service providers liable for use of federal anti-trafficking and sex work laws in the USA, exposing internet service providers to civil lawsuits and criminal charges if they allow user content that is deemed to promote or facilitate sex work. So do you remember when Craigslist took down its personal section here a couple years ago? That's what that was about. Craigslist was like, we don't want to go to jail for up to 25 years. So we have a lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of FOSTA. That is with Woodhull and Alex Andrews. It's another one of the plaintiffs. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia ruled that 2 plaintiffs in the lawsuit by Woodhull Freedom Foundation, Human Rights Watch, Alex Andrews, the Internet Archive, and Ed Kosick to block enforcement of the Allow States and Victims to Fight Online Sex Trafficking Act, FOSTA, had standing to pursue their constitutional challenge to the statute. The lawsuit argues that the act expansively criminalizes online speech relating to sex work and removes important protections for online intermediaries in violation of their First Amendment rights. All right, next we will be hearing from Kara Alexander.
Hi, my name's Kara Alexander. I am a sex trafficking survivor and a former sex worker. I fully support decriminalization of sex work. I'll start off, I entered the industry at 17. I began stripping. They didn't check my ID, and I got an opportunity. I was coerced to take a plane to New York, not understanding the full subject of what I was getting myself into, which led to a twist and a downfall of my life for several years, through shame and stigma of what sex work was. And you know, I pretty much felt like I couldn't go home. I had no option. I was raped several times. I was assaulted. The police did nothing because I was a prostitute. After several years, I finally was able to escape after suicide attempts and everything else, and decided I didn't care what it took. I would get out. So I went, I pressed charges, and I was so scared to testify in North Dakota because not only was I scared of the gang that I was being trafficked by, I was scared because the police had failed me. They had allowed my trafficker to come out and show up to the same hotel in which I was staying. So I felt unsafe. They tried to put me in a domestic violence shelter, and when they first arrested my trafficker, because the room was in his name, I sat outside in below zero freezing weather in North Dakota because I was not allowed to stay in the room. I was a criminal in their eyes. I went back to Florida. The resources that they said I would have, I did not have. I ended up living in a house with no water, with heroin addicts, and I couldn't get a bus pass. An anti-trafficking group actually came to rescue me, quote unquote, and they brought me a pack of water, and they told me that somebody would be in touch with me. After then, I continuously tried to reach out to people, and I ended up getting in touch with SWAT Behind Bars. When I got with SWAT Behind Bars, Alex Andrew, she assisted as far as trying to get me into cosmetology. I wanted, to try and live a normal life. I wanted to be normal. I've been in this lifestyle since 17. At this time, I'm 21 years old, and there just wasn't enough resources, so I went back to what I knew how to do, except this time it was different. There was a change. The trauma was there from the trafficking, but now I've empowered myself. I'm able to set goals. I'm able to go to school. I'm able to take control of my life, control that has been taken from me for years. So I continued on, and then FOSTA SESTA came. I was putting myself through, I obtained my GED, and I was putting myself through school. That changed. They then took back the control that I felt like I had. Now I'm back homeless and putting into unsafe situations, as far as going back to trying to pick up clients, to make ends meet, to pay my hotel. I lost my house. I lost my car. I had to drop out of school, and I could not get a job anywhere. I am a certified sex trafficking victim in New York State and would bring my paperwork to Wawa, to Family Dollar, and they still would not hire me. I am not a felon. I have only misdemeanor solicitation charges from being trafficked, but yet nobody would hear it. It was looked at as the most immoral, unsuitable thing as a woman, and I was discriminated against. So I dropped out of school. I went back. I still, to this day, I struggle. I finally put myself back into school, which, because of my criminal charges, I graduated with a diploma for medical assistant, but they failed to make me aware that I can't pass the level 2 background. So therefore, I've owe student loans, further putting me in debt, still have criminal charges pending against me, even though I was their victim, quote unquote. I am a survivor. But yet it's still to this day at 32 years old, I'm still trying to regain my life. I support anti-trafficking to the fullest. There's some great orgs out there, don't get me wrong, but the resources are not there. So we need to take a look at the resources. We need to stop the criminalization, because not only was I exploited by a gang, I was exploited by the system, and I'm still held accountable every single day for it. So I may heal from the past of being trafficked, but every day I have to look at, where am I gonna have a job? Can I get into an apartment? I have to pay $1,000, like thousands of dollars, to move into an apartment, not because of evictions, but because of my past. I support decrim as a sex trafficking survivor and as a former sex worker. Thank you.
Kara's full story was recently featured on an episode of This American Life titled There, I Fixed It. I would encourage all of you to hit that QR code or go look for it if you are a fan of PRX and NPR. And
Blair.
hear more of Kara's story.
Blair, Elle would like to interrupt. So briefly, there was some overview of FOSTA SESTA. I know it's complicated and really kind of boring to listen to legislation impacts. Basically,
We don't think it's
well, this is the right audience. But if you lost some of how FOSTA and SESTA impacted sex workers, what FOSTA SESTA did is made it harder for us to advertise and find clients. The reason that a lot of sex workers are losing their social media accounts on Facebook and Instagram, and why Tumblr banned nudity, is because if any of those platforms host a user who is engaging in prostitution or is a survivor of trafficking, now the platform is held liable. This is akin to if you made libraries that are filled with books responsible for the content that is in the books that other people have published. So instead of being held liable, the libraries will get rid of the books and ban them. And that's what's happening to sex workers. After FOSTA and SESTA passed, I made 30 and then 40% less income in those following 2 years, and I'm still trying to get back. Because it's harder for me to post where I will be, where people can give me money for my services. And I have been kicked off social media a couple times. So bad legislation that is driven by people with no background in anti-trafficking or sex work kills people, makes their lives harder at the very least. So, thank you.
So this is supposed to be after traffickers, and instead the law is actually written so that sex workers are the ones that have to prove that they're not sex workers?
So what FOSTA SESTA did for the first time was change how the internet functions. So thank you for clarifying. The Communications Decency Act in 1996 that was published, Section 230 of it pertains to platform liability. So it got rid of Section 230 of the CDA. And so now for the first time, the platforms are responsible for what their users publish. And so that's why platforms will kick people off if there's a chance the platform could be held liable.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that it does, there's nothing in the law as it's written that actually impacts potential victims or people experiencing exploitation in a positive way. So it only hurts people. It does not actually help anyone. And in fact, it hinders law enforcement's efforts pretty significantly. So, yeah.
And just to be clear, it's a federal law.
Correct.
It's a federal.
Well, but our responsibility.
Fair enough.
Repeal FOSTA SESTA after, you know,
Yes.
the only two that voted against it in its final hearing, one of them was Ron Wyden from Oregon.
Wow. All right.
Good.
That is good to know.
All right, so next we will be hearing from Commissioner Carmen Rubio.
So, hello, Commission. My name is Ricardo Luján Valerio. I am Commissioner Rubio's Policy Director. She unfortunately could not make tonight in tonight's event, but she did write a statement and asked for me to share it with you tonight. So, you may not know me. My name is Carmen Rubio, and I am a Portland City Commissioner. I want to thank you for the chance to speak today at this historic gathering alongside people with such important lived experiences, people whose experiences have been silenced for too long. I also want to thank Rep. Nose in his efforts in advancing a progressive change in this topic through inclusive policy, efforts that I believe Commissioner Harsey has been vocal about and I support. I stand here today alongside others in strong support of full decriminalization of anti-prostitution laws. These laws are oppressive, discriminatory laws, threaten sex workers' access to justice, health, and social services, and denies the rights to self-determination. Decriminalization is necessary so that we can focus on the business of workers' rights and equity in the sex sector, and also to refocus the fight against trafficking to where it belongs, on the trafficker, not the victims or workers.
Right.
Decriminalization also prevents workers from being additionally exploited and abused by bad actors within the institutions and entities meant to help them. This work has been a long time coming, and I am so grateful for the leadership at the state, local, and community level for making huge strides towards the change we need to see for this terribly marginalized community. But we still have to push for further recognition and reform for many that still face punitive consequences under our current laws. Our emergency and prosecutorial resources should not be spent on consenting adults that make a self-determined and informed decision to enter this line of work. Portlanders have resoundingly told our council that they need us to work together to meet Portland's challenges with urgency. And one of those challenges is significant community safety reform. And this reform includes the safety of all community members, regardless of who they are or where they work. And I say community safety because those words reflect our community's desire for a system that centers community, especially our most vulnerable. Sex work, on the balance, does not make our community less safe. Decriminalization makes these workers more safe, and thus moves us closer towards a truly community-inclusive and centered model of public safety. I believe all workers deserve dignity, safety in the workplace, and I also believe that all people deserve agency over their lives, and that good public policies persevere people's agency and create more justice in our world. The criminalization of sex work undermines this vision, and for that reason, I am here to support this criminalization. The time is now. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next, we will be hearing from Shania.
Hello. My name is Shania Luther. For your reference, I have a bachelor's degree in human development from Sacramento State University and a master's of divinity from Pacific School of Religion in Berkeley, California. I have been a sexuality educator for nearly 20 years and a social sexual ecologist for 10 years, writing, speaking, and training about all aspects of healthy sexuality. I am also the founder and director of Among Friends, LLC, an agency that provides professional behavior services specializing in social sexual issues. Our clientele come from all walks of life, but the majority of our work is with people who experience intellectual and developmental disabilities, or diversity as I prefer to say, such as autism or Down syndrome, among many others. People who are born with these kinds of developmental challenges have all of the basic human needs of everyone else, such as eating and sleeping, as well as needs for nurturing touch and sexual expression. Unfortunately, they are often shunned or excluded from many aspects of social emotional learning and development. You may or may not know that people who experience IDD face tremendous barriers in exploring and expressing their needs relating to romantic and sexual relationships. They also experience immense sexual trauma, insufficient or total absence of sexuality education, and a lack of opportunity to learn about and practice critical skills such as consent, boundaries, and social norms regarding sexuality and relationships. To illustrate these issues, I'd like to tell you about a man our agency works with. He is in his 40s, experiences developmental disabilities, and uses a wheelchair. As a human, he longs to have his first kiss, to feel someone else's body, and to have his first sexual experience with another person. He also longs to have someone touch him with love and desire and affection in a way that is not part of his painful weekly medical procedures. He has considered working with a sex worker, but he is afraid of getting in trouble and does not have the resources or support to travel to Nevada, for example. And I don't believe that he should have to. He and thousands of people like him deserve to seek resources and services they need with dignity, not fear. Decriminalizing sex work would make it possible for people with IDD to seek services of a provider who could help them learn new skills, build confidence and self-esteem, overcome barriers, and have an outlet for their basic human sexual drive without fear of arrest or having a criminal record. Decriminalization would also make it possible for professionals like me to refer people with IDD to such services and providers to support their social emotional learning and development, heal and prevent trauma, and reduce stigmatization of their healthy, natural sexuality. For these, strongly in favor of decriminalizing sex work in Oregon. Thank you very much.
Next, we will be hearing from Catherine.
I'm going to assume, hello? Is this on?
Oh, it's you.
Is it me or somebody else? I don't know. Is there another Catherine?
Which Catherine?
We'll take you. Okay, I'll do it. But I don't think this is on.
No, I don't think it is either.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity, and I wish to acknowledge the sex worker who could be sitting here if she had rights, or if they had rights that were protected and upheld. I'm a former sex worker, and we formed an organisation in the late 80s contracting with our government. We maintain that relationship to this day. However, very early on, we recognised that the government would have to get very real about our rights if they wanted us to realise the full extent of a sexual and reproductive health initiative they'd contracted us to do. On the one hand, we had the police who were taking our condoms and prosecuting us. And on the other hand, we had the health administrators and policy people expecting us to run this full HIV prevention program. So we pushed our legislators to acknowledge our concerns. And in 2003, our parliament, with 120 parliamentarians, voted in favour of decriminalisation. Not all of them, but we had the majority. So I'm speaking from 18 years experience now of decriminalisation. Of course, we didn't achieve full decriminalisation, and we still have a bit, some way to go to achieve what we would say was full decriminalisation. But what we do know, I think, is worth sharing. We know that sex workers report having more access to justice. They feel safer about coming forward and contacting the police. In the days when I was a sex worker, there was no way we would have felt safe enough to reach out to the police, who were more inclined to arrest us. So we know also that our courts have supported sex workers to lay complaints in terms of sexual harassment, in terms of dreadful crimes that have been committed against them, and have found in favour and set precedents not only for sex workers but for all other people. Recently, we had a major outcome in the Human Rights Review Tribunal where a sex worker had stood up to sexual harassment in the context of a brothel, a work-related matter, and was awarded a six-figure settlement, which was fantastic, not only for that individual sex worker, but for all people who encounter sexual harassment in the workplace. And we also know that in a recent stealthing case where a client removed a condom, the police took this case through to prosecution and achieved a conviction in favour of the sex worker, so that now in our country, stealthing or the removal of a condom without the consent of the other sexual partner is considered to be a sexual assault. So, you know, a good outcome. We've also, I'd like to tell you that, you know, on the ground, the reality for many sex workers is that there is more choice. Sex workers can work if they wish with a friend, they can buddy up with a colleague, they can work from home, or they can work in a managed brothel. And importantly, street-based sex workers can work from anywhere. There was some doubt that people would know how to behave. You know, often it's street-based sex workers who are picked off particularly and arrested out of proportion to the population of street-based sex workers. However, in New Zealand, street-based sex workers are allowed to work anywhere, and of course people continue to work in ways that, you know, they can be quite discreet and not cause offence. So we're very pleased that we have this comprehensive model of decriminalisation, not complete. New Zealand law discriminates against people who come here on a temporary visa, and of course that translates into conditions that are, you know, can be quite exploitative, and doesn't give those sex workers who are migrants in our country the same rights as the people who are resident here. However, I think the country itself, if you took decriminalisation to the vote, it would be a very small number who would say roll back the clock and recriminalise sex workers. I think the way forward is definitely to decriminalise sex work and ensure that sex workers have labour rights. And, you know, you could adopt an integrative model, one that upholds the labour rights, the human rights, and acknowledges this community as a significant contributor to any part of society. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, next we will be hearing from Bianca.
Hello, Oregon. I am also lucky enough to be calling in from New Zealand. My name is Bianca Beebe, and I'm a sex worker currently pursuing her Master's of Public Health at Johns Hopkins University, where all of my scholarships are work advocacy and research. I'm a dual citizen of the United States, which criminalizes sex work, and the Netherlands, which legalized it in 1988, as well as being a permanent resident of New Zealand, which, as Catherine mentioned, decriminalized in 2003. I thusly have about 10 years of personal industry experience in 3 different legislative systems and substantial academic rigor behind my unequivocal statement that the decriminalization of sex work is an essential component of human rights. Criminalization is the worst legislative method, but legalization and end demand, or the so-called Nordic model, still exacerbate health and legal inequities between different kinds of sex workers, while still exacerbating violence against the most vulnerable workers. We're seeing a push for the Nordic model in several states in the USA, but we need only to look at Nordic countries that have implemented it to show that, without fail, this system isolates sex workers from communities that keep them safe, promotes trafficking, and is not supported by any sex worker-led organization. It's not a step in the right direction. We need decriminalization. Decriminalization is the only legislative model that decreases the ability of clients or police to commit violence against sex workers with impunity, and it is the only model that meaningfully combats sex trafficking. Very rarely are choices this simple. If you decriminalize sex work, you will save lives. Legislation is not a magic bullet. Decriminalization will not end the misogyny, racism, classism, or transphobia to which the most vulnerable sex workers are frequently subject. But decriminalization helps take the power away from these oppressions, making them less frequent, less severe, and less socially acceptable. To demonstrate this, I'd like to conclude with a personal anecdote. I was sexually assaulted by a client while working in New Zealand, where I live. Because New Zealand has decriminalized sex work, I made the decision to call the police and file a report. They treated me respectfully and took me seriously the entire time. At first, I was hesitant about filing a report and talked to police about this hesitancy in the station. And a uniformed, on-duty male police officer in the station and in front of several of his colleagues said to me, "We don't care what you do for a living. No one is allowed to treat you this way. We just want to catch this guy to make sure he doesn't hurt someone else." And then every other uniformed police officer nodded in agreement. This is not the first time in my life I had been sexually assaulted, but it's the only time it ever happened through sex work. And it's the only time it was ever taken seriously, and I was not blamed for what happened to me. Decriminalization made that possible. Decrim isn't the end of the road in the fight for sex workers' rights, but it is an essential step in reducing violence, improving public health, and fighting trafficking. You have the opportunity to make Oregon a world leader in the pursuit of human rights, and I hope you take it. Thank you for your time.
No pressure.
All right, so I've been told that we are due for a second intermission. I'd like to make that about a 5-er, if we can get up and stretch our legs for 5 minutes and come back here, and then we have more live in-person testimony and some more some videos. Okay. So 5 minutes, guys.
Now I want I get the feeling, are we on? Are we on? Are we on? No?
Okay. All right. We have Chris Donahue is here tonight. Did Chris make it?
Chris Donahue?
Chris Donahue,
Nope.
did you make it in tonight?
No, he's
Nope.
not on
Okay.
site. We had a written statement.
I hear ya. All right, so next we have Danita Harris.
Oh, she is. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
Members of the Human Rights Commission, it's good to see so many familiar faces today with you all and along with the community that's listening in today as well. My name is Danita Harris, and I am the state director of the Oregon Working Families Party. We are a party made up of thousands of Oregonians that span across the entire state who believe that and will fight for an economy that works for all of us. I am extremely proud to be here in solidarity with the sex worker community and to be led by that community.
Yes. Okay.
I am here to boldly and very proudly say, sex work is work. It is dignified work. And all workers deserve safe work environments, including the ability to utilize resources like the internet to find work. Sex work is marginalized by stigma and law. The realities are workers of color, workers who experience disabilities, trans and gender nonconforming workers, all workers experiencing multiple intersections of oppression and historically excluded from institutionally safety continue to be disproportionately targeted by law enforcement. Decriminalization is a strong step towards righting these wrongs, uplifting workers and the industry. Sex worker rights and sex work is work. Thank you.
Is this the right
Yes.
Hello, my name is Jessie Marquez. I'd like to thank the Oregon Sex Workers Committee for your effort to shift Oregon policy towards the decriminalization and destigmatization of sex work in Oregon. Of course, many sex workers have children, and this effort affects them too. When I was a child, my mother became a sex worker and an advocate for other sex workers, so I appreciate the opportunity to share my testimony. When I was 8 years old, my mother and I moved from Eugene, Oregon to San Francisco. There, in 4th grade, one day after school, my mother told me she was doing prostitution. I had an idea that involved dressing up. My mother didn't dress up much or shave her legs, so the thought of her becoming more glamorous seemed like a step in the right direction. The other thing I remember my mother saying that day was, "The right to be a prostitute is as important as the right not to be."
Okay.
And that made sense to me. Our lives changed after my mother started doing sex work. We got a better car, new clothes. We got to buy more of what we wanted at the grocery store. The first Christmas after my mother started doing sex work, I got a Barbie townhouse and a Barbie mobile home. It may sound silly, but those gifts made a huge impression on me. They meant we weren't poor anymore, that we were secure. Our lives changed culturally. My mother's friends and fellow sex workers were also artists, poets, painters, musicians, and all these wonderful women gave me lots of love and affection. They enriched my life, they inspired me, and they taught me values of freedom, strength, acceptance, and kindness. We also had uncomfortable and even traumatic experiences. I once witnessed my mother being publicly shamed for her work, shamed for being a bad mother. I was, and continue to be, intensely proud of my mom, but I was too young and too scared to speak out. And so it means a lot to me to be able to speak out today. and to say how profoundly fortunate I feel to have been raised with a humanitarian value that the right to be a sex worker is as important as the right not to be. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy McConnell, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Rebel Recovery Florida, which is an accredited recovery community organization in West Palm Beach, Florida. And I am also a former sex worker who is no longer impacted by my substance use. Sex workers face enormous challenges, but have survived in one form or another since the beginning of time. People who trade sex deserve and have the same rights and protections that all people who trade their labor for money have, and should be able to have access to safe spaces. They should be welcomed into discourse that impacts their lives through the creation of policies and programs to improve their health and the well-being of their families. Full decriminalization is a great first step to getting rid of the stigma and discrimination that affects their ability to lead full lives. My life, me, has been adversely affected due to my prostitution charges from over a decade ago, and also prevent me from attaining full licensure as a licensed clinical social worker, even though I have completed all my academic requirements and graduated magna cum laude from my university. At Rebel Recovery, we support full decriminalization because we believe that everyone should have the right to pursue their dreams and ambitions no matter their past. Everyone has the capacity to make positive changes in their life and should not be held back by archaic laws and policies. Thank you.
I am Gloria Lockett, prostitute/sex worker, ex-co-director of Coyote, ex-executive director of CalPET, retiring from CalPET after serving my people for 35 years.
I met Margot St. James in 1978. I was working with a group of women and a man. We had been working together for about 10 years. We got busted mainly because we were all working together and they thought we were controlled by this one man. I had been seeing Margot on TV from time to time, and she was the only person that I ever heard say positive things about prostitutes, sex workers. After we got busted, I contacted Margot and said, this isn't right, you know. It was bias and sexist, and they're trying to send the black people to jail, and the white girls, they wanted them to testify against us, which they didn't. Margot understood it from the beginning, and she went to court with us, she supported him. Really, I mean, I think she saved my life. Started working with Margot St. James and started doing calls, started doing, rap groups and going to the strolls, talking to women on the stroll. It wasn't about us telling them what they couldn't do and what they shouldn't do, but how to do their work safely. Margot was always friendly, always eating, always talking, feeding everybody. She loved wearing a hat. I remember her laughter, how she got along with everybody, how she opened her house. We did the horse conference at her house in Mills Valley. It was like an international conference, so there was people that came from all over. I think like 4 or 5 people stayed there the whole time the conference. And the conference was like 3-4 days. And out of the conference came the name CalPET, which was California Prostitute Education Project. Margot St. James and Priscilla Alexander, they helped write the first grant. And with that first grant, we got a $30,000 grant to do outreach for sex workers. She was always an advocate, always friendly, always supportive, and she was sex positive. You know, she talked sex lots of times and played around with dildos and showed you different things like the handcuffs. At the end of my prostitution years, I got into domination, and it was so much fun talking to her and buying whips and going to different places like, oh God, what's it called? It's Good Vibrations. You know, showing me where Good Vibrations was and how to buy all these different toys that I had never heard of. All I heard of was condoms for years. It's been a long time since I saw her. I looked for her probably about 5 years ago. We wanted to give her an award. Make sure she understood how valuable she was to CalPEP and is to CalPEP. A friend of mine had seen something on the internet, and she called me and she said, did you know that Margot had passed? I was shocked. I thought she could live forever. It was like, wow, how does that happen? I don't understand. You know, I don't understand why some people have to pass, and she was one of them. I just, you know. We will never forgive Margot St. James. I had a picture in my office, a large picture of Margot St. James. This one here. And this was always in my office over the years. And when I left, I brought my picture with me.
I am a local Texan and a sex worker, and I believe in decriminalization. When you decriminalize something, you are saying that you care about the most marginalized, Black, brown, trans, unhoused folks. Them behind. You're saying that their wants and needs to possibly get out of coercive situations is impossible, and that cycle just keeps going and it continues. By decriminalizing something, we are allowing organizations, we're allowing neighborhoods, communities to help these people without having their hands tied by the legal system. We want our communities to be healthy and safe, but we can't do that without decriminalization. We can't do that without everyone's help. Decriminalizing means so much to me as an organizer, as a human being, as a Black person, as a trans person, because I know what it feels like to be left behind. And if I have any power left in me, I want to do more than what I'm doing now. So I'm asking you to do more than what you're doing now, and to understand that decriminalization is the only way.
We have so much submitted it's not on? Oh, there it is. There I am. Okay. We received so much submitted testimony. I just checked my phone a little while ago, and it's still coming in. So we are not going to make you sit through another 10 hours, but all of these written statements and all of these submitted statements will be on the website. They will be a part of the record forever and ever, unless they ask us to withdraw, and we will do so. As our closing speaker tonight, I'd like to have Kate. Yep, Kate. And then we're going to have closing statements by our commissioners, and then we will let you eat the rest of the food.
Hello, commissioners. I'm Kate Marquez. I'm the mother of Jesse Marquez, whose testimony you saw. Thank you. I strongly support the decriminalization of adult consensual sex work in Oregon. My interest is personal. 40 years ago, I left a marriage I could not return to and moved to San Francisco to attend college. To support myself and my 8-year-old, I went to work at a downtown massage parlor where I worked alongside mostly immigrant women in very similar circumstances to those recently murdered in Atlanta. They were mothers who were the support of their immediate families and often of their families back home in their countries of origin. Eventually, I got involved with Fledgling Coyote, the first ever sex workers' rights group founded in 1973 by Margot St. James, who, along with Jennifer James, first originated the concept of decriminalization of prostitution, decrim. I am grateful to sex work. It got me out of poverty. I was able to complete school and to support my family. I made great friends. It has inspired my writing. I have most every privilege: white skin, a college education, a supportive family, an extraordinary daughter who has encouraged me to come here today. So I figure if I can't come out, who can? Thank you. Still, the stigma is profound. It has shaped my life. I think of the tens of thousands of people who've done sex work and how this stigma affects them, their spouses, children, parents. Stigma has a unique characteristic that it attaches to others, to children, partners, family, friends. It is uniquely isolating because telling or sharing one's experience may be no favor to others. I'm concerned about the threat of stigma on children and on parents who justifiably fear having their kids taken away. Secrecy is imposed on both parents and children. Decrim would reduce stigma and make for healthier families. Yes. I want to quote a few icons of the sex worker movement on human rights. Priscilla Alexander, longtime Coyote co-director, said, "The right to be a prostitute is as important as the right not to be one. It is the right to set the terms of one's own sexuality, plus the right to earn a good living." Flo Kennedy was the person Margot St. James said did the most to turn me out, clearly meaning inspiring Margot's political activism. Flo Kennedy, Black feminist lawyer, founder of the Feminist Party, was a very early decrim advocate. She argued plainspokenly, "I just don't see that women have such fascinating jobs for the most part, that a job that pays 10 times as much as most others should be outlawed. They got a lot of nerve, making women's best paying job a crime." I'm not sure that sex work is women's best paying job now, I hope not, as it was in the early 1970s. But for some people, it is, as it was for me, the best choice available at the time. For the most part of the last 40 years, I've been involved with other things. I sometimes feel like Rip Van Winkle, who awoke from a decades-long sleep to find a new world. After leaving sex work 40 years ago, I'm re-involved with the issue and with old and new friends. I am thrilled that Oregon will be the first state to decriminalize adult consensual sex work. And to do so for human rights reasons. Oregon will be a model of how decrim can be done. I live in Klamath Falls, where I'm active in my community with non-sex worker issues. I am on the Oregon Community Foundation's Leadership Council, and I am on the board of Klamath Community College. I gave both organizations the heads up that I would testify today. I do not represent them here today, but they are supportive of me and of this testimony, and I am impressed by that, and I am grateful.
Please reach out to your state senator and your state rep. Okay?
Would you say that again?
Please reach out to your state representative and your state senator.
I certainly will.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
If you need their number.
We got their number.
I bet you do.
More ways than one.
It'll be tough.
If adult consensual sex work is decriminalized, we would begin to look at it with a labor lens rather than with a criminal justice lens. Sex work would still be subject to labor and administrative law, as all businesses are. I join with Dr. Judy Walkowitz, whose letter of support, maybe we have to look it up now, but anyway, says, recommends that any such regulations be drafted through a process of active collaboration of representative stakeholders, sex workers, urban planners, community residents, and social service personnel. Through a process of community collaboration, policies can be devised to ensure that the labor rights of sex workers are upheld, as well as to determine how the business of sex might operate in urban spaces and in neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your long-term labor. Each of our commissioners will make a closing statement, or they can yield their time to another witness.
Thank you.
Melissa's going to go first because she has a plane.
Thank you so much, Senator. I'm good on time, thankfully, but I am catching a red eye back to New York. Thank you. So as I said earlier, because of, having represented so many individuals in the sex industry across all spectrums, right? And of course, being an activist, in addition to being an attorney, and working alongside of so many people that represent such a diverse array of this industry, I have sort of this unique quasi-panoramic perspective. And I think that so often when we have conversations, and I know that didn't exist tonight, and I think we're mostly relieved about that, but where we do have these conversations where we are seeing trafficking and sex work being conflated, and we're being sort of, there are trauma stories, right, that are being shared. And those stories are so valid and so important, but it is also so critical when we're talking about legislation and policy or a ballot initiative or whatever it might be, is again to have a broader lens. And so individual stories are the heart and soul, but it is also important to not assume that any one story or any one perspective is universal, because this industry is so immensely diverse. So diverse in terms of ages, genders, race, and also just in how people experience it. And so I urge, anyone, legislators, media, any key stakeholders to think about that, because I think we're often fed through the media, trauma porn, right, in a lot of ways. And again, those stories are so real and true, but that doesn't necessarily make for the right legislation. And so, I do really hope, even being an East Coaster, that Oregon is first. Not that it's a race, but I really do see Oregon as such a leader, on freedom, on human rights issues, LGBT issues, and decriminalization and decarceration, and sex work sits at the intersection of all of these issues. So thank you so much.
Just real quickly, I've been at this 30 years and this has been just amazing. Thank you, everyone. I will say that the research has exploded, the good quality research that has looked at all the variables in this issue. A lot of that is linked on the webpage, so look at it. So quickly, I will say, after you decrim here in Oregon, the very next thing you need to do is legislators fund a sex worker-led organization to advise and let sex workers know what their rights are, help them along, use the New Zealand Prostitutes Collective as a model, because in what I've seen, that has been critical to helping sex workers understand their rights outside of those that may be sitting here today. So get on that.
Okay, so very quickly. So folks, if it isn't clear, the science is clear and it supports the full decriminalization of sex work alongside the repeal of policies such as FOSTA SESTA. And just a note on the science for one sec, for those of you who are either in the audience, if you're watching on live stream, you're watching this later, for those who are looking to educate themselves, be very careful, right? Those who support criminalization often draw from a handful of, frankly, highly flawed studies with really terrible methodologies, frankly, just junk science. So again, visit that website. Make sure that what you're reading is grounded in the empirical science and work. And I just want to say, the scientific evidence, it is important, right? But no evidence is more critical, more important than the testimony that you heard today from sex workers, right? So let their voices animate what I hope for some of you is a newfound commitment to supporting the rights of sex workers. Thank you.
This has been an absolutely amazing night, and for all of the wonderful things that were provided. I think we mentioned at one point they forgot tissues, because this was just so touching and so beautiful. Thank you so much to everybody who spoke and shared. Again, I think that Christianity does have a lot to answer for, and particularly in a country that claims to have a morality that is grounded in Christianity, there is a lot of confusion that I hold as to exactly which Bible they are reading. But I think that as we move towards an actual understanding of what compassion and morality is, Jesus always was on the side of listening and gentleness, of curiosity, of healing and liberation. And anybody who claims to be a Christian and is opposed to those things, tell them to come talk to me.
Yes, this is an incredibly amazing experience. Calling for the decriminalization of sex work does not mean that we are not concerned by or strongly oppose sex trafficking. It does not mean that we condone or support anyone who is not of legal age to consent to be exploited and engage in sex work. What it does mean is more support for survivors of sex trafficking and sexual assault to be able to report their experiences safely and comfortably to law enforcement, which, in line with the logic of keeping folks safe, should help to curb the and violence in our society. It does mean that the most marginalized members of our society who are criminalized simply for their existence are not further discriminated against simply for trying to survive. And it does mean that people are given back their autonomy and their freedom to work in a way that feels good for them. And hopefully that all happens in tandem with increasing social and supportive services that we need in order to offer more access for folks. Thank you.
On the table outside, there are bags that you can take with you that will have a QR code on them in several places. It's my new favorite thing. You can take that QR code and you will be able to link to all of the testimonies today. I am going to yield my time to someone who means a lot to our organization. They have tirelessly worked to make our Chat for Support line take off, and we've been able to reach more sex workers than we ever thought were possible. Lisa, would you come please speak?
Let me open this up.
Sorry.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here before all of you.
I'll read my bio real quick. I'm a public policy consultant who advocates for the rights of sex workers, human trafficking victims, and disabled people in the sex trade. I am also a human trafficking survivor who later re-entered the sex trade as a consenting sex worker due to the poverty I experienced as a person with disabilities. I now educate the public about the grave harms of criminalizing prostitution, the irresponsible conflation of consensual sex work with human trafficking by many anti-trafficking organizations, the oft-ignored yet crucial duty of lawmakers to consult with sex workers while drafting laws pertaining to the sex trade, and the larger community's critical responsibility to begin protecting the rights and lives of all in the sex trade. It's a lengthy bio, but I put all that there on purpose. I wanted to clearly state in my bio some critical issues that face trafficking survivors and sex workers. All of these issues are well documented, and sex worker rights activists have been trying for years to educate the public and legislators about them. If you have any questions about these issues, I'd be happy to elaborate, but I'll have others have done that. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I currently work for SWAP Behind Bars as a chat support specialist, providing resources to current and former sex workers and our allies. I began having mental health breakdowns at the age of 20. I went on to be hospitalized dozens and dozens of times in the psychiatric hospital due to psychosis and depression, and so I was unable to form a career trajectory due to being repeatedly hospitalized. Hence, my jobs were always entry level, and I experienced poverty for many years and endured sporadic homelessness as well. I had a child, and after 9 months of impoverished single motherhood, I placed her in adoption as I did not want her to grow up in poverty with a mentally ill mother. Soon after the adoption, a broken woman, I met my first pimp in a bar in Seattle. This was the beginning of my nightmare, being trafficked. I began the nightmare by working for this pimp on Aurora, north of Seattle, and on Pacific Coast Highway, south of Seattle. And later, under another pimp, I worked the dangerous streets of DC. After being trafficked from LA, I escaped DC, but other pimps would knock me off yet again. Finally, I left the city and settled in a quiet mountain town to heal and recover. I was there at the age of 36 that I was struck with a rare neurological movement disorder called spasmodic torticollis dystonia. It was brought on due to my prescribed psychiatric medication. Due to this severe spasticity I endured in my head, neck, and back, my head constantly pulling back due to the handicap, holding down a job became ever more difficult, and I much regretted having to forsake long-distance running, a great love of mine. The years of poverty, hospitalizations, and multiple disabilities continued. After yet another hospitalization with bills and debt ever mounting, a friend suggested I turn to sex work. To give you a picture of the poverty I experienced, just a little picture, I owned 2 bras, a couple pairs of pants, maybe 3 pairs of shoes. After rent and food, I had about $150 to live on for the month. For years, I went to food banks for my groceries and clothing banks for my clothing, which was a feat as my mobility was compromised due to my physical handicap. So when my friend proposed that I enter the sex trade, I was willing. I didn't know what to expect, but I figured that being in the sex trade as a consenting sex worker had to be better than being a trafficking victim in the sex trade. And I was absolutely correct. To close, running my own business as an independent escort has given me a confidence and self-esteem that had always eluded me due to the societal consequences of being a person with disabilities, which includes the stigma that destroys the lives of the disabled. I enjoyed working the hours of my choosing. And I'm not stuck awkwardly spastic in an uncomfortable chair at yet another entry-level job. These were great advantages of my engaging in sex work, and of course, the money. So, thank you.
You're welcome. So, I'm gonna take the moderator chair's prerogative and go second to last, because I believe Storm is going to close us out and let us continue to go down the panel.
I wanted to yield my time for Samantha Evans. Were you willing to speak? Thank you.
Hello. I was testing it. Good evening to all of you, and thank you for having me here. My name is Samantha Evans, and I'm a disabled sex worker who supports the decriminalization of sex work. I have PTSD, anxiety, injuries from 3 car accidents, and diseases I was born with. No other job has been as accommodating to me as sex work. I have the freedom to make my own schedule and the power to sit down and take breaks or say no to anyone I want when I need to. I also have the ability to make decent earnings in a very small amount of time. I'm given a lot of respect by my coworkers and clients and power to control the work I do. In the vanilla workplace, as we call it, and college, I'm not given the same dignity. These things are very important to me because at the age of 14, I was sex trafficked to Canada. I was put in solitary confinement in a solid white brick room at the border. Homeland Security interrogated me and blamed me for my plight. They said I should be lucky I didn't end up in a ditch, as if it was my fault. I don't know how many hours or days I was interrogated for. They did this without the knowledge of my parents and with nobody else with me. They wouldn't tell me if my mom was coming, wouldn't give me food, water, a blanket, pillow. I didn't have a clock, nothing. So this is very common for trafficking victims due to the criminalization of sex work. So eventually my mom showed up. I was very grateful to see her after being traumatized repeatedly. I graduated high school eventually and got married at 18. Unfortunately, I encountered domestic violence during that marriage. I was able to escape through the anonymity and power of sex work. I have reclaimed my identity, confidence, and life due to sex work. To go from being targeted and trafficked at age 14 to being disrespected over and over again by men in college and at vanilla jobs, to now being uplifted and valued by the people I work with and my clients has been life-changing and made my life worth living. I will also add that unfortunately, due to FOSTA SESTA, I have lost hundreds of dollars, if not thousands, due to being locked out of my Venmo, Cash App, having my Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter and other online accounts deleted. Even during the pandemic. The fact that porn is legal, but full-service sex work is not because there's not a video camera is heinous. It's heinous that as a stripper or a full-service sex worker, you're considered a criminal and treated like one is horrifying to live through. I really appreciate you for listening to me, and I would please ask you to consider decriminalization of sex work for people like me.
Okay.
Thank you for listening.
Right on.
Stony, are you speaking? Yeah, come on down. Stony Faye, everyone.
Hello. Thank you for having me. My name is Stony Faye, and I'm a 27-year-old sex worker. I have done online work, in-person work. I have danced. I have had sugar arrangements, and I have done some full-service work. So you name it, and I have done it. I am currently a stripper 5 nights a week. I'm a disabled single mom speaking to you during Disability Pride Month to tell you how closely related disability rights are with sex worker rights. I want to express with the most sincerity that everything I do is for my daughter. Even standing here today, I'm trying to make the world a better place for her. I hope that she can always excitedly announce her mom is a dancer while I pay for a $100 tab in ones, without ever feeling the shame the world has tried to put on me. Sex work is one of the only parts of the economy that allows me unlimited income potential and to provide for my child while I stay at home with her. I am autistic, and I cannot work a normal job due to major social deficiencies and debilitating general anxiety. I also deal with a sensory processing disorder that adds an extra layer of challenges to a normal 9 to 5. Sex work has changed my life and saved my life more than once and in more ways than one. Survival sex work made me completely independent for the first time and let me leave multiple abusive relationships. Right now, sex work is allowing me to put myself through graduate school while I stay at home with my daughter. I feel no shame in what I have done for dollars because consensual interactions between adults should not be judged, policed, or criminalized by outside parties. I feel no shame about what I do and my history because I know that I am a healer. I provide connection, human touch, and love to anyone who needs it. In their current state, laws do not allow me to feel comfortable seeking clients. I worry that I will be a part of a sting and wind up with charges on my record that will impact my future and therefore my daughter's. Decriminalizing sex work is not only a sex worker's right issue, but it's a disabilities rights issue and a human rights issue. I support the full decriminalization of sex work in Oregon. Thank you again for having me. It's such a privilege to be here and have you hear my story.
Okay, I think we can go ahead. Yep.
So I spent about 10 years doing advocacy, trying to improve access to high-quality, affordable health care across the state before I became a legislator. And since I became a legislator, I've spent 10 years trying to educate other people on how to be advocates. And one of the things I say is good policy should be based on hard science. Thank you to all of you, Angela in particular sitting here right now, Barb, for the hard science you're providing to let us create good policy. But good policy is sold by great stories. And that's what we've heard here tonight. Yes. Because without these stories, without putting a human face on who sex workers are and the difference between sex work and sex trafficking, we will never be able to pass good evidence-based policy to decriminalize sex work. So that's thing one. Thing two is this. I was talking with a good friend of mine the other day, and turned out she and I work with the same massage therapist. And my friend said to me, you know, seeing Colin, I feel like I've had therapy. Explain to me why seeing Colin, who's a licensed massage therapist, should be any different than working with a professional sex worker. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Touch is touch, consent is consent, and it shouldn't make a damn bit of difference. So that's thing two.
Okay.
Thing three, and it's last, I promise. Okay, Rob, give me a break, man. I haven't asked the question all night. You know me better than that. Thing three is this. I'm Jewish, and I live with anti-Semitism every day of the week. And they can say, and I work on immunization policy. And you want to talk about something that gets people riled up? It's immunization policy. People can put death threats out there on me because I'm Jewish, because I work on immunization. They can threaten my children. And guess what? That's protected free speech. But you can't advertise your services, Samantha. Anybody, you can't advertise your services? That's baloney, to use a word that I... Okay, bullshit, that's bullshit. So, that's thing three. Your turn, Joanne.
She can't. She would blush if she used those
No, I
words.
say it all the time. Just try not to say it when I'm potentially being recorded.
When you're on the mic and there's a recording of it, yes. Very good advice. First, I want to say just how much I appreciate the bravery of the women who testified this evening. It takes a lot of courage to speak your truth in front of folks who may not want to hear it. So first, thank you for that. Thank you. While I have every confidence in the legislators that are a part of this panel, I do not want you to sit back and wait for these legislators to actually change the law. There are things that you can do today. So the first thing I'd like you to do when you leave, or maybe tomorrow morning would be better, would be to actually ask the question of your local DA, and you know I love Mike Smith, you know I do, of your local DA and your local police chief, how many cases of trafficking have you prosecuted this year? And then ask the other, more important question, how many cases of consensual adult sex have you prosecuted this year? Because until we start asking those very specific questions, we get painted a picture that is not real. And you, as the voting public, you get to ask those questions and ask them loudly and ask them often and write letters to the editor and write letters to legislative committees and write letters to legislative leadership and write letters to your local city council members and demand that we get off our butts and actually make this right. That's what you get to do while they're doing their work.
I started working as a dominatrix in 2012 after years of practice in the craft of BDSM and after exploring what I consider to be true bodily autonomy and true sexual freedom. For me, sex work is about utilizing my personal power and bodily autonomy. It turned out that expelling internalized heteronormativity wasn't only healing and enlightening, it was also very sexy. For me, sex work is about claiming true bodily autonomy. My clients and I frequently form bonds that are based in mutual respect and consent, honesty and communication, trust and vulnerability. There's deep meaning in the time we spend together, and neither I nor my clients deserve to be criminalized for it. I'd like to close with one of my favorite quotes by Bert Holloway, which to me represents the healing that comes from bodily autonomy. You are the child of God's holy gift of life. You come from me, but you are not me. Your soul and your body are your own, and yours to do with as you wish. And I want to thank everybody for having me here and for all of your hard work.
Okay, I have a lot of names here. I'm deferring my time to Jeremy Richards, Shauna Peterson, Randy Blazak, Jalesh, and the Oregon Nurses Association. So if you guys wouldn't mind lining up behind this mic, if your name was called. Sorry, don't get mad at me.
Okay. Hi. Guess I'm first. I made it here too soon. All right. Hello, my name is Shauna Peterson, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm the executive director for the Oregon chapter of the National Organization for Women, otherwise known as NOW. I believe NOW is a perfect example of this era of dramatic change on so many fronts. For instance, if you were to reference our membership manuals in the 1960s, when the NOW organization began, you might find that we were completely anti-prostitution and completely unaware of sex trafficking. If you used that same reference in the 1990s, you may find us to be very anti-sexual consumerism or buyer, yet still unaware of the underground or black market sex trade. A quick perusal of our current website would in fact lead you to believe that we are 100% supportive of the Nordic model of decriminalization for the quote-unquote trafficked woman, but fully in support of arrests and prosecution of Johns or Janes. The website would also explain that we at NOW find the sex worker tax structure proposal in Washington, D.C. in 2018 was only a burden to the sex worker without providing adequate worker benefits like a 401k and health insurance. In fact, stating that we are staunchly against coerced sex and that money is in fact a version of the coercion to the downtrodden, poor, mostly woman of color, prostituted woman. Yes, there's that word again, prostituted. Making a clear assumption that 100% of people in the sex work industry are first of all female, and second of all, they're against their will. The other obvious assumption made in this full statement is that sex workers are even prostitutes at all. See, NOW is responsibly ever changing. We are always moving in the direction of more youthful and diverse voices, constantly listening, learning, and growing. Sex work is, in fact, a major hot button issue within the NOW organization. all the way up the ladder to the national board meetings and annual bylaw ballots cast by close to 500,000 members all over the country. I have yet to hear someone say, this is the answer to all of the potential problematic situations, no matter what model or bill you believe in. The two things we can all agree on are that people should not be raped, kidnapped, damaged physically, mentally, or in any other way, and that children should not be involved in any aspect of sex work. Most of us believe that no one should be able to have any say over someone else's body autonomy, whether this is discussing sex work, end-of-life rights, or abortion. Here in Oregon, our now state board attempted just this spring to produce a panel at the National Now Convention in an effort to separate sex work from sex trafficking in our official platform statement, defining the first as of-age consensual sex work and the latter as forced sexual labor, something we are still pushing for and working on today. Overall, I don't believe anyone has it 100% perfect, but events like this are bringing us closer and closer to a second sexual revolution where everyone's rights are intact and everyone is safe. As the executive director for Oregon Now, I am pleased to have a place in this room. I'm excited to share the direction that we as an organization are moving, and I am happy to have the opportunity to listen, learn, and take back with me the many perspectives in this room. Thank you.
My apologies, but I'm going to have to take off.
Yeah, this, sure, do the best you can.
Yeah, thank you everyone for all your speaking. We're running a bit over. If you have to leave, you may take care of yourself, but otherwise, please proceed, speakers.
Good evening. My name is Jayesh Palshikar. I'm a member of the Oregon Nurses Association, the Cabinet on Public Policy, and I work in a hospital. So I work in a variety of patient care areas, including the emergency room. I've seen firsthand how people, including sex workers, and trans people and others have to hide their identities and professions to receive necessary services. Forcing people to hide their identity or their profession creates significant trust issues between patients and providers, and it makes it harder for all people to get the help they need. I have no doubt that stigma also creates a barrier when seeking assistance from law enforcement as well. Now, as a father of a trans person, I've seen how damaging the stigma can be. These stigmas can lead to inequities in basic resources such as income, housing, health care, food security, as well as loss of family support when people choose to reveal their true identity. Being part of a stigmatized class is hard. My child came to me recently asking for a refund on life. My heart breaks when I consider what would have happened to this child that I love and have supported if they didn't have access to health care, mental health, and the basic stability of a home. The cost of individual and collective trauma is too high. These stigmas must end, and we can choose to end them. I myself am a member of a profession which used to be stigmatized. For many years, nursing was seen as one of the lowest of professions. While traditional healers were valued, nursing spent decades being stigmatized as untrained, unskilled work for poor people with no other options. Sounds familiar. I believe that the profession of nursing can now show a path for combating the same stigmas that sex workers and other professionals face today. With dedication and hard work from organizers and the support of allies, nurses were able to change the reputation of our profession, and now, in turn, it's fitting that nurses are the allies. I'm proud to stand with you today. It's time to decriminalize sex work. The stigma must end.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Richards, and I'm the pastor of Grant Park Church here in Northeast Portland. I'm honored and humbled to be given the opportunity to speak today in support of the decriminalization of sex work in Oregon. As a Christian pastor, the Bible is pretty central to my life, and as Reverend Richter said, our tradition unfortunately has done a lot of harm. And the Bible verses, there are Bible verses that have been used to harm people. But there's also some really beautiful stuff in the Bible. And one of the most beautiful, most moving, and most prominent threads that weaves its way through the whole thing, from Genesis to the Gospels to the book of Revelation, is not only God's care for and concern for the vulnerable, the oppressed, and the marginalized, but God's identification with the vulnerable, the oppressed, and the marginalized. No, Jesus Christ. In Jesus, the Christian belief is that God became a human, but not just any human. God became one of the vulnerable. A Palestinian Jew in a colonized country, eventually arrested and murdered at the hands of religious and political leaders, though he was innocent. Throughout Scripture, in both the Old Testament, or the Hebrew Bible, and the New Testament, there is a divine mandate to, in the words of the prophet Isaiah, learn to do good, seek justice, help the oppressed.
Yes.
There's no question that the current laws that criminalize sex workers here in the state of Oregon and elsewhere are not doing good. They are not just, and they are oppressive. They expose sex workers to violence without legal recourse for fear of their own arrest, and they deprive them of access to critical services such as health care. As a Christian who places a high value on Scripture, and as a follower of Jesus who once boldly said that the sex workers of his day were getting into the kingdom of heaven ahead of the religious leaders, like me, and ahead of the legal folks, like the people making laws, I fully support and advocate for the decriminalization of sex work in Oregon. Sex workers should be given agency over their bodies and should be afforded the same rights and services all human beings deserve, including health care, social services, and protection under the law. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ian Morton, pronouns he, him, his, and I join you today in two capacities: a resident of Portland, Oregon, and the executive director of Q Center, Portland's LGBTQIA2S+ community center. In both roles, I'm here to lend my support to the decriminalization of sex work as a first step in providing appropriate protection to Oregon's sex worker community. As a private citizen, I want to acknowledge the talent for intimacy and healing inherent to sex work and express my admiration for those who leverage their talents towards these ends. You are worthy of all the protections and resources for which any employed or self-employed Oregonian is eligible. Your work is special, it is sacred, and in a truly enlightened society, you would be revered and celebrated.
That's right.
In my role as executive director of Q Center, I'm here to publicly stand and show our support for the sex worker community. Our long-term plans include working directly with sex workers to compose and implement programming to support you, both while pursuing this vocation and when you're ready to transition. Our hope is that this support will range from safe and stigma-free settings for trauma and health care, child care, pathways to and support of higher education, and professional development resources. To our government officials here today, this is also Q Center's commitment to you, to be an active partner in building these resources with support from city, county, and state government bodies. Criminalization of sex work disproportionately impacts our queer, trans, and BIPOC communities, and our shared effort should be protection, not punishment.
Okay. All right.
Hi,
One more to go, then I'll say something really fast, I promise, and then we're going to let Storm up here.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Hi, I'm Dr. Randy Blazak. I'm the chair of the Oregon Coalition Against Hate Crimes and the vice chair of the Oregon Department of Justice's steering committee on hate crimes. I'm going to be very brief because I know we want a Storm Large song a lot more than me. But I'm truncating my comments because I just want to make a comment about a theme that was here tonight, which is the issue of trauma. In the world of hate, we talk a lot about trauma, the trauma of hate on the victims in forms of hate crimes, but also the trauma of people who are the hate mongers, who are often acting out their trauma on other people. And when we talk about sex work and sex trafficking, and including the places where they might intersect, there is a theme of trauma as something that drives people in, but also what they experience while they are working, whether it's from the people in the industry harassing in a way that would not be allowed in an office place, whether it's from clients who feel like they can do things without worrying about someone calling 911, or law enforcement and in the criminal justice system. And we know trauma has long-lasting impacts. It is intergenerational, it can last over a lifetime, and it can be triggered at the drop of a hat. And the best thing that we can do is break that cycle of trauma. And we've learned so much from decriminalizing drugs and the sense that it makes, and that argument that has brought both liberals and conservatives to the table to say, hey, it makes sense to be able to buy pot in my local store. Some of those same arguments can be made at decriminalizing sex work, but more importantly, that decriminalization can break the cycle of trauma that's already there. And I think if we go to that empathetic level, we can make this case very strongly. So thank you very much for the opportunity to say that.
All right. Okay. Is this on? So all I'll do is say thank you to all the panelists who shared their knowledge and their passion and their insight with all of us tonight. Thank you to the audience who hung in with us and got educated and listened to these powerful stories and lended their support to this effort. And of course, thank you to the sex workers that came and testified and shared their stories. And as my colleague said, put a human face on good science, because it does take, we do try to legislate with good information, but it does take stories and powerful narrative to convince people to make good use of good information. It's been my delight to try to help lift up this bill. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Representative Nose and Alex Andrews. You have been a driving force behind this. We wanted to thank you personally. We hope you like red. Thank you, everybody.
And for listening. And as Elle said in the beginning of this meeting, and as Randy so beautifully stated just now, the song I'm about to play, I originally wrote for marriage equality a long time ago for Basic Rights Oregon. And it was before the Supreme Court decision. And I wanted to write a song that spoke to the basic human birthright of love. Right. How babies will die if you don't touch them after they're born. They can die without touch. And God knows, a lot of us were locked up alone for more than a year. Right. And weren't touched and weren't connecting. So I wanted to write this song. I did write this song for gay rights in the sense of the birthright and the humanness of touch and connection and of love. But I also wanted to write a love song to the fear and the trauma and the misinformation that the opponents of these rights feel. And it isn't necessarily always hatred. It isn't necessarily a nefarious or malevolent force that is against these human rights. A lot of times it's misinformation, it's frightened. It's a frightened place. And so I want to sing this song not just to the incredibly, incredibly brave people who spoke today, and the incredibly brave people who aren't here to see this incredible coalition come together. I want to speak to the people who might still be rage watching or really against this for whatever reason. I want you to just trust me and trust your hearts and trust the stories that you've heard and trust that we are good people and that love and touch and connection is a necessary element to life and to thriving and to humanity. And so I wrote this song many years ago, and I was thinking about love and the universality of it. And I thought about love songs and how all of humanity prays for love, wishes for love, longs for love, misses love. When someone's in pain, we send our love because it's our human magic. And then I thought, well, all of us little fucked up monkeys all ask so much of this one thing. And I thought then, if love, this one thing, could ask anything of humanity, what would love ask? Stand up for me, and we'll stand together. I'm the sky above you. Oh, I love you, everyone. Stand up for me, for your great-grandmother, for your father, brother, and each other, and everyone. I'll be the light, be the answer, be the music in the dark. Stand up for me, and I'll stand beside you. I'm the light that guides you from inside you and everyone. Oh, la, 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 la. Oh, la, 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 la. Oh, la, 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 la. Oh, la, 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 la. Oh, be the way and be the laughter. Be the reason for the sun to rise. Stand up for me, and I'll stand beside you. I'm the light that guides you from inside you and everyone, and everyone, and everyone. Spread the word, and thank you guys very much. Big round of applause for our incredible panel and our state representatives and city representatives, the survivors, and the testimony. Thank you.
Well, yes, and I follow you on Instagram.
See my shenanigans.
Yeah.